stand up for his family. In the meantime, he's protecting them under false pretenses of a beta male corporate slave.
They're all like that. The majority of these guys, I talk with these women. Majority of these guys ain't fit for conversation, let alone any kind of conversion. They can't work with a woman. They can't give a woman what they want, need on any level. At best, they're a walking paycheck come up because they got some goofy corporate job. And yeah, see how she's laughing? See, I hear that laugh, right? You hear that laugh?
know what
She's
it
not
means.
laughing at it. She knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay?
Stop giving away your game, bro. That's not nice.
Stop giving away the game.
I mean, he's speaking facts, though, sadly.
It was to be told, not sold. I flipped it, right? So we need to stop being beta boys and accepting less for ourselves and the women, and women need to stop fucking these beta boys and giving away their most precious resource. You see how these
that is the way to make change. Like, if all the women would just stop having sex with men who just don't then they might get motivated to actually make change.
Right. Well, that's why women
keep pleasing them. They're gonna have no reason to do whatever they need to do.
Women are specifically targeted.
So it is our fault. It is, of course, the woman's fault.
Well, yeah, women are specifically targeted by the social engineers, because that's the one way to control the man is through women, right? It's like a perfect way to do it.
Right, but the whole point is it's a feedback loop, man. We can't say it's women's fault because it don't matter what a woman wants from a man's perspective. A real man is not supposed to give a fuck, from where I'm sitting, about what a woman wants and don't want. A real man don't even give a fuck about what he himself wants and doesn't want. He's damn sure not going to
worry about do what he got to do, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if I don't pay attention to my emotions sometimes and what I want and don't want, because I know what needs to be done, what makes you think I'm going to prioritize your wants and non-wants? That's the most low-value beta shit ever, and it's typical. Oh, you won't prioritize my wants and non-wants? You don't love me, and I'm going to give you consequences. And in order to keep you, he's going to adhere to that. She already lost all the respect because she's running a relationship. Men don't have any conditions. You got to be pretty and fuck me. If you do that, well, then anything goes. Women don't respect that. Women respect a man who has conditions and a program and a process, and you have to adhere to that. It's called leadership. It's called discipline. It's called will. Right? We all have to be disciples of something. They ain't a disciple of my way. It's the way. We're all walking in the same idea.
And it includes a certain element of humility too. And this is what reminds me of Eminem in 8 Mile when he threw down that line, not telling them something they don't know about me. See, Drew's searching for shit that he doesn't know about us. But see, the problem is he's going to the other side panelists and stuff instead of somebody like Paul, because Paul already put himself out there. I already put myself out there. So now he's going for the side panelists, trying to dig their dirt up and point it to them. No, that's not the way it works. Again, when somebody does this, when I was in prison, even when you start doing things like that, like Paul just showed, when they start talking about other people, that's when the real motherfucker puts them down. Actions speak louder than words. Then they quit talking. Otherwise, if you're not going to do anything about it, they're going to keep talking. They're going to keep talking, and that's the problem.
I would disagree, Wizard. I hate to disagree with you, but normally
now that's the problem with this metaverse, is that metaverse is fictional, so you really can't do anything about it. So all you're really doing is talking. So if you want to talk, you out yourself so nobody else can say anything about you.
Exactly.
The other point is
what do you disagree with? Now, what do you disagree with, Joe?
I was gonna say that sometime ignoring these motherfuckers is what you have to do as well.
No,
especially
out in the streets. When you're confined.
No. In the streets, you don't ignore shit.
Listen, have you been in jail?
Maybe once or twice. Maybe once or twice.
Okay. I'm talking 93 cases.
How'd I know?
From experience, when you're in those motherfucking institutions, you do your shit and they will leave you alone because you're confined. Otherwise, they will beat your ass.
I'm not disagreeing. Out here, if you let something slide, other people hear about it, and so you don't let shit slide in the streets. On here, if it's 87 socks in the chat talking shit, fuck them niggas, man. I don't pay them no attention.
Exactly. That I agree with, but that was not what I was speaking about. I'm speaking about when you're confined and it comes down to actually fucking doing anything. It's only the man that will stand up and do something aside from the guy doing this that will succeed. 120 pounds, I walked into prison and I didn't do this.
The bottom line is the majority of situations, unless you're dealing with juveniles and punks and fake gangsters, wannabes, grown men know how to conduct themselves and do their time and respect themselves and each other and not go to doing all that.
Agreed.
No benefit. You did only on the metaverse with punk ass beta boys. This shit go on and be in people's bubble when it was slave at 19. Like I told you, these dweebs thought the system was for them, so they got a little bit uppity coming out of their face. But the majority of time in the world, you do something and something happens back. So folks learn quick. Right?
When you're grown, you know there's consequences.
Who they can do it with.
Yeah.
Well,
you know,
real quick.
Yeah,
I feel compelled to speak and just address something because the dude came up here and made a false claim about me, and now I see people repeating the false claim. So he said I'm a waiter. I'm not a waiter. I used to be a waiter like 9 years ago, and I got a chemical engineering degree.
Who cares?
It's a false claim, Paul. It's not okay if people are just going to make false
claims.
claims.
Wow, so you like working all your life and figuring out different ways to get better as time goes on. That sounds like everybody's story. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean,
no
if somebody makes
a
false claim in the public, and then just says it to my face, I'm going to rebut it, right? And then he also said I'm in an MLM, and he also said I'm in a multi-level marketing company because he's watching a video of me giving testament to a mastermind that I was part of for 7 years, which is a mastermind, which is a man teaching another man a skill about something, and it was business skills. So, I'm not part of the mastermind anymore because I left it because of principles. But that's neither here nor there. So, just wanted to address that.
That's exactly here and there. That was the meat of it right there.
I don't know what difference it makes. Whatever occupation you had in your past, you were still, before he said that, you were saying true statements that we were all resonating with.
And I get him. I'm outside a restaurant where my ex used to waitress. I got no problem with waitress or whatever the fucking shit you do. But I get dudes saying that he doesn't want false shit being out there.
That's not the point.
It's just such nothingness. This is a guy who was doing prayers for angels to protect him during diabolical schemes because he's doing a spiritual war. And this is what he does with his life. Come in here, act like a bitch, go at you, talk about you being a waiter. Who gives a fuck? This guy's like, they say I'm running out of content. I'm doing 8 and 10 hours a day. And I'm like, I feel a movement in myself. If I am running out of content, I'm not aware. These folks seem like they're projecting that. They got nothing else to do and talk about.
Well, Paul,
nowhere else in life to go.
He's at war with himself.
They peaked in high school and they're on their way down ever since.
He's at war with himself.
He is. He literally says it. I'm at war with myself.
Okay.
Yeah, in the real world, these people have little to no value. I'm sorry to say it. High school, college was your best years. Ever since, you've been descending more and more into mediocrity and slavery, right? You're not the popular one. You're not the hot one. You're not coordinated. There's no sports anymore. You have little to no value. People running the world now are all the folks you were all shitting on, all the nerds and rocket scientist people. They're running your shit. And then there's gorillas like me who never fit in anywhere, right? I move with everybody, talk with everybody. We have a common bond, but I never did the whole group and click thing because I was always, I never fit in anywhere, right? I wouldn't move like them and I wouldn't act like them and live like them. And I wasn't really interested in being like them and whatever they did. I just didn't point. Funny how it all works out, huh? One of us was right on some level. The rest of y'all were confused, it seems.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny how people act online, right? They'll never act like this in real life.
Yes.
Just like this in real life. You should ask somebody.
Oh yeah, well, I'm not talking
yes.
in general. But what I'm saying is, I've done this in real life, but it's like people don't understand though. There's always a line, right? Even online, you fuck with the wrong person, it will have real life consequences.
This is true.
What does he
You
say?
gotta be careful. Like you don't know. Who
He say even online, if you fuck with the wrong person, there will be consequences.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very hard to find people nowadays, right? So,
I had a weirdo tell me some weird shit. I don't know. He reverse checked an image of mine or whatever and found me, and I ended up taking the video down because I wasn't sure. I don't know. It was a kind of weird video that I had put on the internet, but I don't know. But it was very strange.
No, I don't know. I guess you got to take it down.
But I
You got
don't.
to take it
I've
down.
already been.
But I
dogged
hate having them
rules
cats
that
think
don't-
they got victory. I hate that. You know, I don't want that guy. I don't even know him, but just by the way you talk about him, I don't want to think he got no victory or no shit like that. But I'm assuming you're wise and you know if it was necessary to take it down to protect you and yours.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of value with going to war with the self. I mean, you know, if you're going to war with the false ego self, I mean, I'd say Paulie's doing that here on an almost daily basis. So, not
That's
to
where it's at, right?
I'm not white knighting for Chalk Body by any means or anything like that. I'm just saying, you know, that we should be kind of at war with ourselves in a sense at times in the world that we're living when dealing with what we're dealing with. You know, am I making any sense?
Yeah, absolutely right. But the way he said it, I thought it took it at a whole different meaning. But you're right. We do fight a war. If you're an adult, you fight a war with yourself every day if you're trying to progress and all that shit.
Disciplining yourself or, you know, directing your will,
Yeah.
I wouldn't characterize that as being at war with yourself.
Neither would I.
You're mastering.
Beautiful.
You're mastering yourself,
Beautiful.
but you're not at war with yourself. Somebody's at war with themselves is at war with all other selves. And that's why they can't connect truly and deeply with life and love. And that's evident in the way that they present and how they live and their energy as well. So, you know, again, there's a fine line with these words and terms and what we're communicating. That motherfucker's at war with himself. I'm on a path to self-mastery. There's a difference.
Yeah, I think it's Ephesians 5:12, if I'm not mistaken. It's like, you know, I'm not heavily into scripture, but it's always stood out for me. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in the heavenly realms or high places or however.
Look at it like plants and herbs and drugs, right?
Yeah.
An addict
but I was just
at
going to say
war with himself because he hates himself. Somebody who's seeking enlightenment is using these plants, herbs, and drugs as a tool. They're not using it to stop some type of chaos inside themselves because they're an addict. They're using it to gain a different perspective and therefore more understanding. So that's what you have here, right? Somebody who hates themselves and how they live in this world and everyone in it. They're in chaos and confusion. They're at war with themselves. Then there's folks who see the inner dark part of themselves as their greatest teacher and tester. That would be me. I'm not at war with myself. Those parts of me are my greatest teacher and tester. They show me what I need to do and what I've not.
The Eastern philosophy will tell you that those are the ones you will appreciate most at the end of this journey. The most thankful for are the ones who gave you the most trying, and those are the ones who ended up teaching you your biggest lesson.
But that's why I administrate here the way that I do. I take on that presentment, right? If you catch me at a barbecue, I might not have the same presentment. If you get me in that mode, you'll see me just like how I am on here pretty much all the time. You'll see me at times on here kick back and go into a different mode. But I take that presentment because I understand that's where the power is. That's where the work's done. That's what people need, whether they know it or not. That's what I needed, and I'm no different from anybody else. You need temperance.
No, yeah, you do. Like the way I grew up, you had to be a fucking warrior to survive, right? And that really instilled a character, instills character into you, right? Because they're not sheltered from the harsh realities of life. Since a child, you have to learn how to deal with things, and I think that really helps, you know.
Yeah.
One way you're going to be
participating in these panels actually has helped me be even more
you can't be a
fine-tuned in business. You know, like I'm not taking any shit anymore, and there's a lot of things that change. It's true, man. It's made me tougher, man. I look, just today I was gonna sell my camper, and the guy, he fucking, just for 2 hours, he told me I didn't have my battery went dead. Well, I said, next time you do business, keep a charger close, you dumb fuck. So now I don't want to sell you the fucking camper. Go fuck yourself.
Damn.
Gonna buy it. I'm not gonna fuck around or make me waste half my
What
day.
kind of camper? What kind of camper?
It's a 20-foot camper.
It's the tow along 5-wheeler.
Tow along.
I think we just take ourselves too seriously. I mean, I'm speaking for myself for sure, but I feel like the brainwashing from childhood, we're not ourselves truly. Even if we think we're being ourselves, we're still not 100% ourselves ever.
This helps you find it, sharpening your beliefs with you guys on panel. Help me find myself and become my true self, because I have to hold true to what I say to you cats. It helps me
I agree.
refine shit.
It's exactly the point. That's it, man. We if you stand on truth, then every other fucking motherfucker out there that you do business with or that you fucking hang out with better fucking be standing on truth too, man. That's it. I mean, that's how it is.
That's where Paul comes in. That's where Paul has no respect. If you ain't standing, I got other friends like that. If you ain't standing on truth and shit through the gate, I don't want to fuck with you. That's where Paul comes into play. He has no respect for that guy.
Bro, a man is judged by his principles. What is a man if he does not embody his principles?
Yes, that's how people like me and you judge a man. You know, that's the whole thing. You know, while people talking about how much bread they make in the car or whatever, how many bitches they done bang, you know, that shit doesn't excite me nearly as much as a man's trying to better himself. You see him doing it, and you know, saying he could teach you the way, you know, because you chasing the same
Anton
path.
Daniels, bro. The guy who was with Charleston White and all them people. He's been coming up. He got a couple thousand live viewers, 100,000, 500,000, million views after the fact, couple million subscribers. He threw me right off there, right? And then started showing money.
Wait, he threw you off.
Anton, you're a hoe. He goes, "Where are you at?" I'm in the truck, bro. I'm setting up. He goes, "Nobody want to live like you." I said, "Comfortable hoes like you don't want to live like me because you don't want to stand on principles and have to give up all that shit that makes you."
Damn.
He threw me right the fuck off there talking about, I got money and pussy and put money in the camera. I go, now you're really a hoe. And the whole chat started saying it. A lot of them, they said, Anton's he's acting like a bitch. Why throw the white boy out? It's a panel of black folks, right? And they're all vulture hoes who want money and pussy. And when I ask them, what the fuck are you about? They say little to nothing. Then he got on there. The reason that brought me up, he was on there crying, why I got to go to court? Why I got to get a lawyer? Why they got to tell me what to do with my property and whatever? So I went up there to tell a little bitch why. And he got mad, right? Because they don't want to be men. So you're not even a woman. It's not about this. You're superior as a man for one reason, because you have to stand on rights and freedoms and protect women and children. That's it. That's it. You're bigger and physically stronger for that reason. So you're superior in that way, right? If you don't do that, you get reduced below a woman. You're a bitch and a hoe. You get to go be the slave. And you get to wash this queen's feet who's with me, right? That's how I look at it. And I did a joke about it one day, but it really was like that one point. You're a commoner, peasant, slave. You don't stand for nothing in this kingdom. Go wash the queen's feet, right? While I go kick back and eat something, because I might have to go to war any day now, right?
Yeah, well, if you're not careful, the things that you own end up owning you, right? So you gotta be careful with that.
Yeah, but you guys ever watch like Naked and Afraid? Right? And they have nothing, right? They take all their shit away. And then eventually, you ever seen the groups that start thriving in the fucking woods and they're like super ecstatic when they catch a gator and they're all celebrating and they seem so freaking alive? Like, this is what they have robbed us of. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's literally
they didn't
what
rob
we're
it.
supposed to like.
They didn't rob nothing.
Don't actually care about that.
We did it to ourselves.
Yeah, we're gonna do Naked and Unafraid, or Naked and Without Fear.
True.
Something like that soon.
Yeah.
Naked and inadequate.
Naked and inadequate.
Everybody's scared to kill something.
Hey, bro, once I saw those Greek statues, I realized it's not about big dick. You got to have a big heart. If you ain't got a big dick, you definitely got to have a big heart. It'll make up for it.
You're right. There you go.
Big lips don't hurt either.
That's a good thing.
No, but back to my point, because I didn't want to lose what I was saying, is the reason I brought up that script, that verse, is because, like, do we really not wrestle against flesh and blood, though? I mean, don't we? Isn't this whole experience kind of
our enemy is not
it's kind
man.
of like
you can't
we
fight
battle
him, bro.
huge numbers of evil demons in the unseen world.
Can I fight the state of? No, they'll write me up like, look at this crazy person. He pulled the gun out, fought us. We fucking clapped him out. He's a terrorist extremist, like we said. So we don't.
You might can fight them in different ways.
Can you guys hear me better now in the chat? Everyone's complaining about it.
No.
Can you guys hear me better?
No.
Yeah, you sound good.
You're talking about me, Cage. It's probably my sound.
Slaves. Order. Contempt. 30 days in the box.
No, but seriously, like when I didn't mean it like the state. I meant it like our personal, our, I don't want to say personal, but our actual vessel, this flesh and blood that we are dealing with on an individual level. I mean, isn't that part of the war we're facing? Is like this need to, so it's, I find a lot of these like
demons? Wait, let me back you up a little bit. The quote is, we battle huge numbers of evil spirits in the unseen world. So that ain't necessarily yourself per se, right? It sounds to me like they're saying there's the intelligence out there that wants to pull you off your square, and all your fellow loved ones and buddies off their square. Those are the guys you fight. It is both. It is both, but I didn't want to fight that argument yet. I'm just trying to focus him on.
Whatever's out there is also in here because it's a mirror, right? So
yes, agreed, but.
Isn't our body the first thing we're a slave to? Our souls are a slave to our body the first moment we're born?
You could call it bondage.
You know what I'm saying?
In some ways, yes.
Right?
Because you can't do some things as long as you're in this body. It holds you back. I think so, yes. And some of his desires.
Joe, it's called the Philosopher's Stone, okay? It's the perfect harmony between all three aspects, the body, the mind, and the soul. So it's to be able to combine and be that narrow path and live that narrow path.
Very good.
Body. We're talking about being at war with ourselves, and then go ahead, Mr. Wizard, just real quick. This is part of the problem is you have a bunch of these Gnostic folks who, I get it. They say, oh, we're light being, we're pure consciousness and awareness, but we're in slavery because we're bound to this body. Like, you could take on that perspective, and then you're bound to that perspective, more bondage. I choose to see it as we could not exist in this simulation and have this experience if we did not take on a physical.
Both can be true. Don't abandon your shit so fast. Both can be true. You can still be bound and you need the body for the simulation. They both can still be true. One doesn't negate the other.
Thank you.
But if it's a simulation, that means their consciousness itself is simulated too, then, if it's a simulation.
What I'm saying is that whether or not this is a consideration and a perspective, I don't have to view it as that, and I choose not to, right?
And does it
it's a detriment to me to view where I'm living in my body as a form of slavery and bondage, even if it is.
I get
to my beingness.
To say it, so
I'm having this experience with this body and using it. That's as far as I'll go. Because I'm not going to poison the well. Oh, this.
But what you would agree though that when you're here,
I'm in bondage.
Would you agree though that this flesh bound you in some ways? Wait, let me finish the question. Yeah. Well, this flesh in some ways, if you could let go of it, you'd be able to do more things. It holds you back in some ways.
Yeah, it has limitations, but that's for a reason. The simulation needs limitations and law in order to produce a result and an experience to learn from.
So the girl was right. Your body, in some ways, you're bound by it.
Your body,
cause and effect, and consequence. It's law.
Oh, you're not bound by it for that long, my friend. I look at it more as like I look at it more as like an opportunity, right? It's more
very good.
Like it's a ride.
Go ahead. One at a time. Go ahead. Mr.
Very good.
Go ahead.
Your body as the vessel or vassal, they are two different things. Okay, your body as a man is the vassal. That is what holds a feudal tenor in regards to land as it is to homage and allegiance. Okay, that's where your possession is in all of the lands of your possession. This is as a redeemer. Once you've been redeemed by the redeemer, you now become a redeemer. This is your vassal. Your person is the mind of your mom and dad. They bring you up in their legacy or their heirship. Inherit. It's not inherit, it's inher it. Because it's a material thing, the man. But the mind is the vessel.
Can somebody break that down to a simpler person like me?
Stop interrupting.
Which the person uses to convey his homage and allegiance. Under Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed thee in the belly. That's the message. And you use a vessel through a vassal to express it both by spoken and written words and by your actions.
Okay, let me pose it like this. He wants another way of posing it. Would you view a mother's womb as a place of bondage and imprisonment, or is it a place of growth and learning and nurturing?
Yeah.
The
second one.
All of those things, and
right. So
by our definition, the first as well. Go ahead.
I don't consider the universe and myself within it as a trap or a bondage. I did at one point. I've changed my perspective on that for my own good, because that I get to choose my experience on some level. The rest of it is cause and effect and law. So the parts I can choose.
So I shouldn't call it bondage or bound. It's just the rules. I think is where you guys are going.
Container, that's a good word.
All right.
Yeah, it's a container.
You're in the cage, bro. You're in the cage.
I don't think it's a cage.
That's your point. See what you just did right there? You want to go to war with yourself and everyone else. I don't.
No. But by that I mean, like, yes, you're in a physical realm. This sort of realm of existence that we experience because of the physiology of the vessel, whatever you want to call it, is in. Right? This is what we experience. But in this universe, like, depending on the form, it experiences it a lot differently, and like everything would be different, right? But it's just this is what we see here. But
I say that the only difference between the imagination and here is time and space. So because like, where's your body when you close your eyes and you imagine yourself standing somewhere and like you throw a ball, like where is your body during that, right? It's not there, right? So if I close my eyes and imagine something in front of me, like imagine an apple in front of me, it appears instantly in consciousness, right? So to me, the only difference of the external reality from consciousness is time and space. So if I want an apple in this external reality, I have to first imagine myself eating an apple, and then I go, okay, then I'm inspired to action to maybe go to the tree or go to the fridge or go to the store, perhaps.
I think Joe Cool just climaxed.
Right?
something about that. Even when he's like, except when he's doing it for these miscreants, right? I love when he makes noises and sound effects, but not for these other people when they're absolutely wrong. That upsets
me. The apple being the only difference being time and space here, the rules, the confines here, and another place that an apple could manifest in a different place, or place may not be even a thing so much over there. I dig the whole fucking concept.
But that's why leaving your body,
I want to say we're restricted so bad. We're restricted by these rules. I want to say restricted and put a negative connotation on it. Bad.
You got a problem with authority, Joe Cool.
Yeah. Undoubtedly.
Oh no, Joe. There's
a fine line between true authority and having a problem with illegitimate authority. So the true authority
right on.
Of this simulation says that we're here right now to have this experience, and we get to have these containers and experience with them and make change and influence and experience for a time and then transition.
Right. That's the way you got to look at it, right?
Right. For yourself.
2 seconds, I'm a flip-flop in 2 seconds. I would be like, no, fuck that.
Yeah. You got, again, there's a fine line between like Aaron and the rest who want to overwrite creation and rename it whatever they feel versus seeing the cause and effect law and how there is a container there, a boundary for everybody's own good. Right. And then the rest of it is what you tell yourself and where you live from as a perspective. So,
you can't call it a boundary.
Experience as much as possible. That's going to benefit my internal space and my peace and empowerment, inspiration and love. I'm not going to sell that out to walk around and go, I'm a Gnostic Christian and I'm in bondage and now I got a cause to rebel against. Right.
That's the whole trap. Exactly, Paul. That's the whole trap. Like pretty much what dictates reality. Nothing exists outside of the mind. So what dictates reality is the subconscious mind, and that program, like, you grow up with these like things like probability, chance, all this stuff, It's the
Well,
formative
that
years
doesn't
of your life.
dictate your reality. It dictates how you process and perceive and cope with reality.
No, but I actually
I
think it
think that's
creates
what he's
reality
saying. Once
consciously.
it sinks into your subconscious, it starts to create.
It starts
Right. It
actually
has these
physically creating it.
deleterious effects on your beingness. So now you see somebody late in life, they're angry with themselves, they're at war with themselves, they can't make anything work, right, with their people because something that they believe about their beingness in the universe is not in alignment. It's not a truth. It's not in the flow space. It's in a resistant state.
Of course.
Right.
And this
So
is why we have all these indoctrination institutions, because everybody gets their knowledge from these schools, right, which have very controlled information. And when you're born to around age 7, it's the formative years. So this is when, let's say we're in a factory, the laptop's in the factory. That's when they're writing the fucking software onto it for formulation of reality for the subconscious mind. It's very difficult to break that.
Right.
Well,
So
yeah,
you have an operating system, you have the hardware, you have the original operating system, and then you have the corruption, the malware, the adware, the spyware. It makes the original operating system and the hardware faulty. That's what you see with all these vessels out here.
And then you could become, but you could become the programmer though. You could start fucking injecting.
Of course, you could be the meta programmer. That's the whole point. That's what we're doing here. Is we come here every day to repeat harder repetition, right? Practice makes perfect. That's how you perfect yourself, by practicing your thoughts, emotions, actions, mantras day by day, repeating them, reminding yourself and others, and then you start to become that more and more. Live that.
That's how the subconscious mind works. Exactly, it works through repetition. That's key.
Then you start believing it. You have confidence, and then you believe I can do it.
It doesn't matter if you believe it.
Wait. It believes. Listen. Once you accept it, I'll say consciously. We'll go with believe just for what I'm saying here. If you believe it through the repetition, now suddenly I believe I can do it. It sinks into your subconscious where it takes hold, and that's the creator part of you. But if there's something outside that still say, oh, I can't do that, that's too big a jump, it can never sink into your subconscious until you believe it.
Matter, because once it's in you and not on you, you can't get it out. So like what I do here,
before how to get in you though? How does it get in you is what I'm
really what it is it's already in you from creation. You just got folks like me who facilitate a reminding, right? So remember, right? We remember just to remember, right? To member is like your arms a member, legs a member. We've been cut off from all of our members. So we have to put that all back together, reform ourselves completely holistically to be the true man and woman, right? So that's why
what we're doing here. You guys remind me of shit. That's
why they don't like me, because when we come here and do this every day and they say I loop and I repeat certain things, I'm putting it into your subconscious so that when you go out into the world at some point, that seed takes hold and starts to flower. Whether you know it's from me or not doesn't matter. The truth is the truth, right? So then you start seeing folks just living and acting differently. They start using the same lingo, right? You'll notice it. I see it happening with people in my day-to-day life. They're like, this guy's a slave. That guy's a slave. I don't want to live like that. I don't want to be I'm like, whoa. When I met this person, they weren't doing none of that. Now every other
really hear that term. I don't know.
They don't want no part of it.
People tend to pick up
following you, but I didn't hear that term. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that term though until I started fucking with you. Now I see it everywhere. I don't know if it's because of which came first, the chicken or the egg.
Joe, I wanted to say someone quickly though, because there's knowing, right? Okay, so there's belief, then there's knowing, and then there's something above that, and that's what you have to tap into if you want to actually affect change. The thing above it, right? So you believe your heart's gonna beat, you know your heart's gonna beat, but there's something beyond it, right? It's an automatic function.
It's beingness. There's belief, there's knowing, and there's beingness. What is? You can't get away from who and what you are truly and what is. That is your humanity. It doesn't matter how much you paint your nails and tattoo yourself and whatever else. We've all tried. Everybody's tried to destroy their humanity to live in the world. And even the hardest, toughest, roughest, low-life motherfuckers in a hole got a piece of their humanity in them, and they don't want to live how they're living. You can't run from yourself and your beingness and what is. You could try, and you're a fool.
And it seems like you run further away the more material possessions that you grab. Seems like there's a direct correlation. Right, if you get that yacht and shit, you're running from something, Joe. If you need that yacht and all of that bullshit.
So if you look at like esoteric, that's what they teach you, like in the Rosicrucians and all that. It's like developing it into an automatic function. You have to know it like your heart beats, and then you can
Then that's logical. Then you're in the zone.
Well, maybe that's why they push consumerism on us, though. They know that it distracts us from connection.
Keeps us distracted.
Exactly. That's exactly true. Yeah. Keeps you from what's really, like, really important, and actually how to affect reality instead of
It's work to
slave.
it. Like, you have to work hard to keep it going, right? To hold it. It takes a lot of, like, you got to pay more taxes just to be able to hold more things in a bigger house. So it's literally,
and you have to put more faith in them and trust in them. Every time you do that stuff, you're giving them more power. Every time you go through them for a process and stuff, you become more dependent on them and less what you believe is the right way to do it, man.
Well, I say that the whole deal with the tree of knowledge and the tree of life is the concept of giving faith to external reality versus giving faith to the true reality. So people go around saying, "Oh, I need to get more knowledge. I need to read this. I need to study the Rosicrucians." That's fucking nonsense to me, because again, that's just looking at the external reality using the five senses, and that's rejecting the 5+ inner senses, right? Because I can think of a song right now. I'm hearing it right now.
We're always back to this idea of going without versus going within. Every time you refer to something out there that's pointing at the thing, you're taking away from the idea that you are with the thing, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to point
all
outside.
The teachings, all the words are just fingers pointing at the moon. What do I need to look at the finger? I can look right at the moon.
And with Timmy, what Timmy was saying about the tree of life. Right?
Watch your mics, guys. Watch your mics.
Yeah, that's not me. On the tree of life, for example, right? You start at Malkuth, which is translated to the kingdom, which is like our physical realm, and then at the top of the tree you have Keter, which translates to the crown. And if you look at the path of the tree of life, the only one that goes from Keter to Malkuth from top to bottom is the middle path. So they're hiding symbology just in that. It's the only one that goes from the bottom to the top through the branches. So that's,
I don't know. I don't get involved into that stuff because, like, and this is actually my ultimate beef with fucking everybody, is like, how many of you motherfuckers actually execute the spiritual law that you say you know? What I'm talking about is man's fatal flaw is thinking that his external circumstances and his internal convictions are not related. So, because what I do is I change my conviction, and I do it on purpose, and then I look at the reflection, and the reflection changes.
Well, yeah, you have to be accountable.
That's proof to me that what I'm saying isn't bullshit.
It's true.
I know what I know, and I don't gotta read no books.
No, you're true, Timmy. But what it is, it's about, all it teaches you is being accountable for your own thoughts. Right, actually being accountable for your own thoughts. Never mind your actions or your words. It all starts within thoughts, right? So
yeah, I like that.
Yeah, thought is incomplete word, right? We can argue about what
your
the perfect
internal
word
dialogue, your internal self, right?
That will manifest. All of it starts there. For whatever you're gonna manifest, it starts there in that internal dialogue. Yes,
really
to manifest that. Yeah, to manifest. You're right. To manifest that shit, and you have to believe it first. And yes,
as long as you're responsible for that, of how you think of others, yourself, and the situation, all the situations you're in, and utilize it in a particular, in a proper way to complete the quote unquote great work or whatever you want to call it. So you're not being a negative. You're pulling your own weight, your own consciousness, and that will actually have a greater effect. That means you're practicing what you preach. Right?
Yeah.
If your mind's chaotic and it has all types of fucking nonsense in it, then you're not doing anything good. You're creating more chaos without even doing anything. You're creating.
Of course, right.
That's why don't judge by appearances makes sense, because at the ultimate level, I'm not supposed to look at Jack as the failure he is. I'm supposed to be convicted in my heart that he is better already, and that's what I'm supposed to do.
Is that and that's how we help?
There's potential.
Well, yeah, that's why this is just fucking entertainment. At the end of the day, like, you can't say nothing to a man. You can't lead. You can't force a horse to drink. Like, all I can do is to see him better than he currently is, right? And if I tell him "fuck you" today, or I tell him I love him today, it ultimately doesn't matter, in my opinion.
It's called meeting on the level, right? Everybody has a mind. Therefore everybody's equal. If everybody has the same mind, they're just taught differently. They can easily change everything with
I love it. I agree.
So everyone has the potential. Remember that.
I like it. Yeah, some people have been indoctrinated over here and you know, and been around people who tell them that this is important, and other people have been told them that this is what's important. Motherfuckers are confused.
But you can make discernment about how people are, right? If you see somebody completely like their health is destroyed, their finances destroyed, their relationships destroyed, it's like, well, I can discern and see, well, this being is not occupying a state that he probably wants, right?
I would
So I'm not gonna
assume
like
at
take
that
his
point.
advice, right, Joe? I'm
But
not
you
gonna
know
like
what?
take his
There is
advice.
wait. There is a chance though that I could be wrong. I could be the one not smart enough to understand that he could look like that, and I could be wrong. I got to leave room for that, right? 100% of those people.
Yeah, but Timmy, you shouldn't be taking advice from anybody. You should be hearing. It doesn't even matter if you hold them in a high regard. Never take advice from anyone. What you do is you see everything. You can learn from it. Even somebody with awful advice or in a bad situation, you know what you can learn from just from listening? Because you can learn what not to do. You can learn a bunch of other things. Right? So.
And even if a person thinks they're God or someone I think is better at so-and-so than me, I still weigh it upon myself when they give me advice and see what I want to do, man. I don't just be like, on your name, we're going to do that. No, fuck that.
Well, we're all just different versions. We are all capable of being the exact version that we're looking at. That's not us. Like, it's just a change away. Like, I could look at somebody and be like, "Oh, look at that homeless dude," and blah blah blah. And I could become that person.
Yeah.
Listen, the
You can
bottom
become
line
that
is
person.
that there's a randomness and a deterministic component. It's not either or. There exists a space of beingness with a timeline and a destiny, and then there's your fate. It's choice based. You could join the timeline for your destiny at any time. It's going to require your thoughts, emotions, and actions to become in alignment with what is or what you want to be. If not, well, then you have to love your fate because you're not willing to do something different. It's not like we haven't developed a mapping for reality where I could pretty much pinpoint certain areas and tell somebody, if you work on these things, I bet you'll see a result. And 8 out of 10 of them do pretty much every time. How do I know? Because I look inside myself. I was the first one that I started with. It's proof of concept. Once I do it over and over and over and over again 100 times, I have a pretty good mapping of reality because everybody gets what they want and need, including me.
And to Paul's point, there's a great allegory I like using about that. How it's not just determinism, it's also fate or whatever. But pretty much it's like, remember when you're a kid, you ever seen those books and it's like choose your own type of story narrative?
Choose your own adventure, yeah.
Yeah. So it's all within the book, but due to your choices and whatever, you can skip pages. So you go from 7 to 47.
And if you're a dumbass who has a limited vocabulary and low comprehension, your story's going to be very boring and it's going to look like a child fucking wrote it.
Well, all the possibilities are there. But yeah, you're probably not going to you're going to make the wrong decisions and end up in a very bleak narrative in that book. But it's still, that's up to the individual's choice.
This is again like part of the common sense. You have to know more words and terms so you can create another mapping of reality that's expanded within yourself. Your mapping of reality can't be so limited and pigeonholed because of your inability. You have to be able to map reality in the world using these signs, symbols, words, and terms and experience.
That's where reading and just, I guess, seeking information from different places, but certainly reading helps. When you learn these different laws, I know I like a fan of physics. When you learn those laws, it helps you expound every thing that you thought was possible becomes expounded when you do that type of shit. The same thing would go for any place when I seek the Bible. If from there, the things that I can't believe, my world of possibilities gets open every time I get a new source of information.
Even learning a
I hope
language
that
can make you
go ahead.
personality.
Doesn't learn a language make you what?
Learning a new language, you can change your personality by speaking and learning a new language and living somewhere where you're speaking a totally new language. Like, you become a new person just by doing that.
I can see that being possible.
Yeah.
I can see that being possible.
Yeah, well, that's. I mean, you read more, you see more on some level. It's part of why everyone needs to study history.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
History repeats itself if we don't learn the mistakes that we made in the past. We're only oneself, so we keep repeating the same timelines over and over, individually and collectively. It's a holographic simulation. Right? There's nothing new under the sun. It's slavery and genocide at the end of every road of a rebuking society of life and love and the objective truth, because they all want to do what they want when they want and follow a bunch of misleading scum. So it doesn't change.
It is an electromagnetic hologram too. They've proven this in neuroscience at Laurentian University in Canada. They've pretty much nearly proven that all thoughts are immersed in the Earth's magnetic field and stored there, and it's pretty much it's pretty much a hologram. Everything exists within the mind, even like the ancient hermeticists and them. They talked
everything
about
Everett says it's a hologram as well. And again, that quantum physics shit, it shoots straight toward a hologram to me.
And they've been doing this research even for over 10 years now. It's something called quantum lattice biometrics. You can search it up, where they're actually simulating the universe in a very small scale in supercomputers right now. They can't do an entire universe, but the fact that this is possible means it probably already happened like billions of an infinite amount of times, right? It's probably a simulation within a simulation within a simulation, infinite amounts of
Dude, Cage, have you even seen the Earth Biogenome Project and looked into that at all?
No, I haven't.
Categorizing every single living thing on Earth, and working to transform it. It's not just the transgender, it's not just the transhuman agenda, it's like the trans agenda. It's the trans Earth. It's the trans everything agenda. It's fucking insane. You got to look into that, bro. Earth Biogenome Project.
Earth Biogenome.
Yeah, well, they're transitioning everybody for a kingdom of Shaitan, which I'm sure has come before and will probably come again, and will reign for X amount of time until we stop giving our power away. This is like Atlantis, Lemuria all over again. They keep telling us tales of the same fucking cycle. Simulation, revolution, war within ourselves, and stay one. It starts from within, it ends without, and then we go back to self again. Everything returns back to source. So we're in revolution in ourself, complete circle. That's why we're revolving in our society, because we never break the cycles, as they say. We're doing the same things over and over again. And because we don't have certain traditions that pass down our experience and understanding, and or it's interfered with, we're like living this creation over and over again, forgetting what we've done essentially yesterday.
Well fucking said. Well said.
But that's what this is supposed to be. This is, again, another aspect of what we do here, whether people know it or not. You need campfires. You need community centers. You need folks gathered around talking pretty much the same shit day in and day out, reminding everyone who's listening who and what we are and what we're all doing. Folks do it in the rainforest. Every night they get together, sing the same songs, take the same mushrooms, do the same traditions they've been doing for thousands of years to remind everybody again, okay, monkeys, we're going to wake up and do it all over again, and this is life, and we're here, and there's really nothing more and bigger except when you leave up out of here. So don't get too grandiose and ambitious and egotistical and go off to the cities and the rest of the slaves out there, because there's nothing there for you. You can try. Go ahead. We know where it goes. But we're going to hang out here and keep the faith in the Garden of Eden and do it the way we've always done it.
I think
who's clicking? Hold on, John. Who's fucking clicking? Mute your fucking mic if you're not talking.
I can't breathe.
Jesus Christ. I can't hear.
It's Cos.
My phone is dying, so it could be that. So I might just get off of here, not because I don't enjoy myself.
Save her phone. Save her phone. Save her phone.
My phone is dying.
Plug it in.
All right.
No, but I'm gonna watch you guys. I'm really enjoying it. So yeah, I'll get down so I don't all up, because it's a good show.
Tell me you love me.
Baby.
Love you guys. Goodbye. Bye.
Why you gotta say? Why you have to say you guys?
Why you gotta share it with everybody else?
Yeah, come on. You know how we are in our ego. It was all about me in that moment. All right, whatever.
Blew an opportunity. Yeah.
We love you too. How about that? All right, you want to play that? We all love you too. So where are we at, fellas? I guess I'm driving this train, huh? So we never finished the homeless battle. Well, forget it. These people are. I'm moving on with it. It's just suspect walked out of Maryland prison and stole a military truck. So all you heroes, You better watch over your.
All right, back to the hologram thing, Paul. Like, you do believe it is some sort of hologram, electromagnetic base. Have you ever looked into magnetite? Did you know there's like billions of cells of individual?
You're really down a hole, huh, Cage? This is how I get you started up. It's like once you go down these holes, man, you can't come back out. You ain't gonna come back out for days now.
No, I've already done my research.
You're a Kabbalist too. I know you're a small hatter person. You look Italian, but I know you're a small hatter. I know what you're up to. You just love that mouth.
I'm half Sicilian.
Yeah,
Irish.
Hey, I'm all in that. I'm all in that hole with you too. By the way, I am totally fucking in that fucking hole in that simulated.
But yeah, there's actual magnetite crystals in your fucking brain, and they're pyramid shaped, which is only found in the human brain, which is pretty interesting.
Bro, we're all staring at crystals right now and doing channeling like at this moment. Liquid crystal displays.
Yeah, but it makes you rethink the whole eye in the pyramid thing, you know? That's what magnetite.
That was the first thing
made me realize.
Yeah, we said that was the first thing.
You should look up the work of Dr. Michael Persinger. He passed away, but his pupil also had Todd Murphy.
These people are disgusting.
At the University in Sudbury.
Michael Persinger?
Yeah, Persinger. Like Persign.
Don't start giving out things to look up, man. This is again, I'm trying to refocus. We can get back to that. I got to get through my articles, man. You guys know, like this is part of my new, hit. This is my new, gambit. Is every day I do breaking news. It gives me, a habit, a structure, something to come back to. Slavery. And then we can get back to that. Holograms, energies, number counting, reptilians, Pleiadians. I got it all, man. I could touch on all of it. Right now, we got to hear about
Paul, the great boy. There you go.
We got to hear first about the slave who jumped out of prison, broke out of prison, and stole a military truck. That's top news today.
All right, let's do it.
Michael Stevens III of Abingdon
had that guy on panel once, I'm pretty sure.
He allegedly left jail,
Isn't
walked
that
down the
Country
road
City
to someone's
Splitter? That guy
house
is always drunk.
and stole a privately owned
that's Tommy's dealer, bro. That's Tommy's dealer.
It
I've seen
happened
him.
in Bel
I
Air.
stole the military truck. I yield.
6:30 Friday evening.
The homeowner jumped up onto the truck trying to prevent the theft, and the person drove off. Luckily, the homeowner was able to separate himself from the vehicle without being injured.
How do you wear that hat every day?
Says soon after, the truck was
he's telling the truth because he's on TV.
He actually ran into a few cars before we began a pursuit down at 24 and Singer Road.
Making his way down Route 24 before turning onto I-95, where police pursuit began.
They tried to get stop sticks.
Oh my God! I came up with a good idea.
He was driving recklessly, but not quick, 50 miles an hour.
Overhead, Baltimore Police Department's helicopter Foxtrot relayed their bird's eye view.
Large stolen military truck with equipment on the back. This guy could be armed with a rifle. He was pointing out the window at us. With Pulaski Highway westbound, approaching
Highland Town, of course.
Side of the street.
Stevens continued into Baltimore
like
City
Highland
and
Park
came
and
to a
Parkland
stop
High.
on Conklin Street. The sheriff says he got out and tried to make a run for it.
When I stood up on the steps back there, I seen a big pickup truck over there, and it was trying to get down the street, but he couldn't get down because it was too big. And I saw him jump out and run down there, and the police got him down the street.
No weapon was found. He's now charged with motor vehicle theft and multiple counts of first and second degree assault, among other charges.
These people are disgusting.
While being held on no bond.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top story.
Top stories, Lester Holt.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Imagine you did like a parody, deep fake the news and shit.
Dude, first there was Parkland High, and then last year there was Highland Park in Chicago, I think it was, and now this shit. What did it say? Highland Park City or something?
Yeah, you just spit as a numbers guy, man.
Are you counting numbers again? And are you making like Sandy?
Those are words. I'm saying words. I'm not saying I haven't said one number, man. I'm just saying they're using the same names over and over again. Parkland High, Highland Park, and that one said Highland Park, I think, too.
Bro, there's a lot of places with the same kind of name, though. It's like,
yeah, but they're all where shootings are happening. I mean, come on, dude. It's like fucking chances of that.
Come on, dude. Hey, I got a slave that warded off an attacker with a slingshot, which is good news for all the people who are having their guns taken or can't even own guns. Apparently, you can get pretty far with a slingshot. You want to hear about that, Timmy, or you don't even care?
Can we hear your OTW impression before OTW got resolution? I used to love that. Even though I was cool with OTW, I thought it was funny.
Me?
It was like, whoa, man. Hey, man. Whoa, man. Whoa there, man.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, you. Yeah.
I don't even
OTW
remember
impression.
doing an impression about him.
He's like, whoa, man. Hey, man. Whoa, man.
Yeah, man.
Like your
Hey, man,
Canadian.
come on, man.
Your Canadian accent.
Yeah, I can't even do the impression because I can only do the impression when I'm in the middle of it with him.
OTW doesn't even sound fucking that Canadian.
Like I really don't even remember me ever doing it. That just goes to show where I'm at.
It doesn't even sound fucking Canadian. But
no, it didn't. It was just fucking hilarious.
There's a weird story going on over here. There's like a crackhead. He had a fucking live python. He got into a fight with the other guy and like beat him with the fucking snake. Started whipping him with it and shit. Snake died. He got arrested for like child fucking assault and animal cruelty.
No, man.
We have some special types of crackheads over here, man. I'm telling you. Like a whole different breed over here.
Michelle wants me to do my Paul impression, but I don't want to yell and hurt people's ears.
All right, go ahead and do me. I'll let you do me this one time.
Well, it was you're doing a motivational kind of like inspirational rant, and you're really into it. And so I can't remember who was on panel talking about, kind of being in a loop, and you were basically telling him, trying to give him some inspiration, and you basically said it's not going to change unless you change it. Something like that.
Right.
I yield. That's
absolutely
right, because after a certain point, you just hear yourself looping over and over again, the same pretty much understanding in a little bit of a different way, and then it's like, how much can we boil this down and scream it, and then just get some silence, maybe?
I want to see how you talk with a week no weed. I want to see how you fucking talk. You're gonna be crazier. This shit's calming down. Imagine without all those blunts, how fucking crazy you'd be going.
I don't know, man. It might be the other way. I don't know, man. No, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm not crazy, man. No, man. I'm not crazy, man.
It'd be 2.5 times speed.
Hey, I had an arrest right behind my goof ass and didn't even see it.
Joe Cool's at it again.
So, maybe jumping off so I can static record this. I'm just letting you know.
Stay away from those white people, Joe Cool. I'm trying to warn you.
They done already put these cats in the car. Yeah, I'm going to bail off and record, man.
It's recording right now, Joe Cool. Just do it on here.
No, man.
Hey, Chili DeCastro put out a video where he dressed up as a cop, I think today or last night. It was kind of weird. Have you seen that?
No, man.
Pulling guns out and everything, acting like he's a cop. Don't come on videotape us. It's off the hinge a little bit.
Slingshot news?
Yeah, a couple days ago, a brave young man defeated a kidnapper of his younger sister in the backyard using a slingshot. Nailed him right in the fucking head, just like Goliath.
Yeah, let's get the slingshot video. This will cheer the slaves up. They might be able to defend their country from invading forces and/or just their own government, like the Palestinians. I was going to say, how did that slip my mind? The brown people, the ones over there by the Holy Land that needs to be taken back immediately. Trump is on that. But yeah, these folks defend their whole land with rocks pretty much. They just throw rocks at people. So it seems to work. Let's hear about it.
You wouldn't think in this world that if you were playing in your own backyard or on your own property that you would be concerned about something like this. But it just goes to show that there's evil out there and it can find anybody anywhere.
And it did. Wednesday afternoon, police say an 8-year-old girl in a rural area of Alpena Township, just south of the city, was hunting for mushrooms in her backyard when she felt someone grab her.
The suspect had come through the woods onto her property and came from behind her, grabbed her like you'd see in the movies, hand over the mouth, arm around the waist, and was attempting to pull her into the woods.
Grimshaw says that's when the girl's older brother, just 14 years old, saw something happening outside. He grabbed his slingshot and whatever ammunition he could find and fired 2 shots. One to the head, another to the chest of the alleged kidnapper, and his sister was able to get away.
I mean, he really is the one.
Clapped him with a slingshot, Timmy.
That saved.
I could see Timmy in the Philippines with a slingshot, going off on people.
And I got a wrist rocket. I got a handmade slingshot. I've got a crossbow pistol. Oh yeah, I like them little weapons.
Clapped him with a slingshot, and the guy took off. Couldn't
That's
even
fucking
handle it.
awesome. That kid's a boss.
Fucking for a 14-year-old to see that and to pop into action that quickly is extraordinary, and he should be commended for it.
Troopers say they found the suspect, a 17-year-old boy,
You know
hiding
what?
in
I
a
might
gas
have to get a
station. later that
slingshot
day.
now, just so I have to clap a slave if they come around here. I got pepper spray. I don't want to have to shoot a slave, but if I get a slingshot, I just clap him in the head and in the chest. I go, yeah, now what?
Bear mace and slingshots are good.
I know it'll
that
sound
shit would go viral.
Probably
That shit would be
somewhat
great.
funny the way.
like you see the gimp come running up to the trailer, and I just clap him with a slingshot like twice. He runs off.
Wave clap
comes out. It's not meant to be that
Sent
way,
to ER.
What he did also helped us to identify who the suspect was, because obviously he had injuries from getting hit with a slingshot. And those were things that helped us evidentiary-wise
Boy got
identify who
slinged
it
up.
was. So that was
Hit him
very
with the
valuable
sling.
too.
David and Goliath, bro.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top.
No, the David and Goliath story was bullshit. A little Jew named David went and murdered a giant. The
With a
story is
slingshot.
backwards.
With a
Yeah, he went
slingshot.
and murdered a peaceful giant, dude. Stop spreading that bullshit story, dude. The little hats always spreading it. Look, he laughs. He knows.
Wait a second. I was preparing the next article, and I swear I just heard you say that a Jew went and used a slingshot to kill a peaceful giant. Did you just say that?
Yeah, that's the story.
So
man.
you're going to do what they all do down there. You're going to somehow flip this on the small hat people, take this out there.
It's true.
Reign of terror. You
read the
people are
story.
really twisted, okay? You guys
Read
got
the
this
story,
hang
man.
up. Like this is we're literally in a modern day Holocaust where every other person has this opinion that Jewish people are horrible and bad and something must be done. Where did this come from? Right? Is
I
this
don't
a
know.
special
It's
relationship with Israel?
And let's not forget that he did it at the behest of the entire nation.
Bro, obviously, no, not all Jews are bad, bro. I have Jewish friends. They're cool. Not all
I
of them.
see what you're saying. Not all Jews are bad, but all bad people are Jews. Okay. That's the one. It's one.
But it's like anything, right? It's like
way of phrasing it.
It's like anything. There's good and bad in everyone and everywhere. Anything. You know what I mean? But they do happen to be like, for example, the media, like 90% of it's Jewish owned. There's that. But
Yeah, we all went down this rabbit hole decades ago. Man.
Let's not do this.
We know.
Let's not do this.
Yeah,
again.
we all know about this shit. Have you guys ever read the Elders of Zion, whatever the fuck it's called?
Yeah.
Protocols
Seen
of
it
the
all.
Elders of Zion, yeah.
Well, and it reminds us again in scriptures, me in the scriptures, it says Galatians 3:28, there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus.
It's facts.
There you go.
Hello?
Yeah, I've heard people questioning the legitimacy of the protocols, but I don't know. It is pretty. It does seem pretty on point, especially the part where it's talking about how they're going to continue the war on humanity, essentially. All the different means and measures.
Well, isn't it
Let's
funny
go
they
to
call
Watson.
themselves? All right.
Go ahead, Timmy. What are you saying?
I was gonna say, well, isn't it funny that the people that call themselves Jewish, they call themselves Jewish, right? Like, I don't say I'm free-ish or Italian-ish. So, can you decide?
Well,
Are you
hold on.
Muslim-ish?
Christian.
Christ.
No.
I am.
Am I reaching?
Christ, I am. Christ, I am.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Little issue
You
here.
are aware that there are these people called the Danish?
That's fair.
When it comes to Christian IAN as a suffix is referencing having a profession. So it's belonging to or from the profession of a church. And this is why you go to a professional. Okay. Then you also have the concept that this church, everybody goes to this church to pray every Sunday, right? But yet that same scripture tells us we're supposed to go to our closet and pray in private. So then everybody gets awed and they pay tribute by that passing of the basket and put fiat currency in there as the tribute because the guy on the pulpit is a corporate entity.
Seeds of change. That's what he showed us.
Where's the yurt fellow been?
I ain't been seeing him a whole lot.
He's going through some changes.
He's in a lot of pain, Ben Yurton.
He's angry anyway.
Yeah, Yurt got hurt in his skirt in the dirt, and he was with a Smurf, and she twerked on him. He put her face first in the dirt. It was pretty terrible. He had to be there.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna move on. Watson, go.
Yeah, that was pretty terrible.
The worst advice on planet Earth is do what you can. Just do what you can. Someone right now messaged me. And they told me that their gateway to inner peace was always doing what they can. They obviously got it through me because that's one of my clients. And he was saying, thank you for this enlightening understanding. If I start off in the morning, I'm like, I just saw 100 burpees, but I knocked that 100 out. Then I knock out another 100, then another, and I keep going. Now I've strengthened my ability to understand that there is no limit for it. I may come in believing one thing is capable at my current capacity, my current abilities, but I know once I start, I can go further and further and further and fucking further. I don't think anybody understands because they haven't walked a mile in my fucking chucks. Do you know every day that door slammed? Every fucking day that door slammed, I didn't know if I could make it. On a Friday when the mail wouldn't come, and we're waiting Saturday, Sunday, Monday again for mail to come. And you're praying and hoping that someone cares about you enough to send you a fucking letter. And it doesn't come for months on end. A year straight on a lockdown. And you thought that you couldn't make it through that first weekend, but you make it through the full year. And during that time, when you didn't get your way, when you did what you can't do, which is wait and weather that agony, that internal anguish, that's when you figured out what you were capable of. So that breakup you're going through right now, where you can't wait to hear from her, oh my God, or that problem you have in your life where you can't wait for it to lift, weather that shit. That's going to be your greatest asset, is your ability to weather the storm regardless of how difficult it gets. I always prepare myself mentally to like die or lose everything. I meditate on mortality and I go straight to, what if I lose everything? Then I go straight to, what if I die? And I could give a fuck either way, as long as every fucking day I get up and do every fucking thing that's in my capacity to be where the fuck I want to be. That's all I have to do. That's all you can do. What does stress really get you? You just sit there and stress about an outcome that you have no control over. The only thing you have control over is the habits that achieve the outcome. So that's the only thing you should be worried about fully applying. Show me a man's habits and I'll tell you his fucking future. It's too fucking easy. Alignment is too fucking obvious. Are my thoughts, are my actions, is my energy aligned with the outcome I want? That's all the fuck you need to know. For the millionth day in a row, I just massacred burpees before the sun's up. And I went from, I don't feel like it, to fucking, I'm going to go take my shit today. I'm going to go take everything that I want because nobody else is willing to get up and just take it. I know some of you guys out there, you have it in you. You have that will, that drive. You look at your kids, you look at your wife, and you know they deserve more, and you know you could be more. Stop being afraid to take that jump. Nothing that you believe is going to happen has ever came true. I don't know if I spend this money to get myself ahead, to take this risk, we may go homeless. You've never been homeless, motherfucker. You've never fully lost it. That happens to dope fiends and people who make continuous bad choices and have bad habits. One choice financially to get yourself ahead, if it doesn't pan out, you'll still be able to pull it off. Trust me. Unless you're that fucked and you were already going down already. It wasn't that choice then, motherfucker. Guys are so fucking afraid of that next step, when that next step only takes no fucking fear. I moved out here to this place sight unseen. I didn't even see the place. I just knew that when I was out here, I felt Miami. It was a high frequency place. I felt good. I wanted to get out here and work. And guess what? I said I would come out here. I said, no, I'm coming. To my boy, I said it on camera. I told a bunch of people, and that's all I needed. I fucking said it. I better fucking do it. They'd have been asking, hey, I thought you were going to Miami. You said it. They'd have been confused at the man I am. Like I say shit and don't fucking mean it. But now, not only do we have this place for this month and next month, now we got another place. We got 2 places. Just signed the papers yesterday for the mega spot. I don't feel any different in any of these places. I don't. I'm just a psychopath who needs to write a story of overcoming and success that nobody's ever seen. And that takes steps. You've seen them all happen. Every step I took, you guys saw happen. You motherfuckers want to go straight from here to generational wealth. You just don't get that there's so many steps in between. I'm just stepping, building my brand, building myself, writing this story that is so valuable to the world that it can never be taken away from me, regardless of anything that happens. This story of this man who went to prison for 10 years, got out, and at least made it to today, I'm proud of. Are you proud of your fucking story? Would you pull a stranger over and tell him? Well, then you better make those fucking moves. Because if you're not proud of your story, if you're not leaving behind a straight legacy of a man who passed on wisdom through his actions, not some shit that he fucking just spoke out the side of his fucking neck. If you're trying to be that individual, you need to take risks. Nobody ever wrote fucking books about average motherfuckers. They don't fucking do that. You have to do crazy shit in this life for people to stand out, and those are the only people who can get other people to move, and that's the main point. I don't feel no different. I got up and did the same shit. I'm filming the same video. Sometimes I'm like, oh, this is pretty fucking amazing. Hell yeah. Very few moments of the day do I sit there and reflect on that. It's just minute. We keep moving forward. You guys, drop the fear. Let's go.
Let's go.
I just searched up what Buddy was in jail for, and I found the whole court case. He was selling weed and shit, and they like robbed somebody and beat the fuck out of him, robbed him or something. Robbed his weed dealer or something.
You got 10 years for that?
Yeah, well, burglary, whatever.
Burglary.
Whatever, B&E. We call it B&E over here, breaking, entering, and fucking
I just want to take this time to apologize to 2 or 3 people who, well, you know what went on, and it was a different time then.
I'm surprised he got 9 years, and then I guess he racked up more time when he was in jail.
He said, show me your habits and I'll show you your future. I've always used the quote, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. So,
it's an old quote.
Yeah, well, definitely.
And that's why people shouldn't be dealing drugs, because all these people watch fucking movies and listen to music and then go to dealing drugs and think that it's just about dealing drugs. No, there's a whole segment of society who don't have nothing, and if they see you dealing drugs, they're going to take what the fuck you got, and you can't tell nobody.
Yeah, and show me what value system you believe in, and I'll tell you how much you can pay.
Well, that's why it escalates, and that's how people get killed. You know, keeps going, and then you have intergenerational fucking issues going on from shit that happened like 20 years ago. Yeah. I thought it was something more serious. You get 10 years, like robbery. If he was in Canada, he would have got like 2 years.
Maybe he had a weapon. Right, armed robbery. That's got to be good for 10 years.
Fucking weed's legal here now, so you could be selling that shit. And he was in California too, so.
But you can't sell it on the street, though. You can't, at least anywhere I know of.
Oh no,
I mean, we do. I got some off the street
they have
right
delivery.
now.
There's delivery services and stores, so yeah, you can kind of sell it on the street. But
I mean, if I could just go out and sell it on the street, then they're gonna have a fucking issue with that. Here they let a lot of it go by, but when they get in their moods, they'll fuck with the weed dealer. Even though it's legal and we have dispensaries and it's legal, I'm not allowed to do it on my street corner.
Yeah, because the wards of the state of California are not supposed to be putting that in their bodies because they don't own their bodies, sir.
It's logical.
The state of decides what goes
Holy
in there.
Taki's asking for a Wes Watson AI. Maybe
I was just gonna say that would be awesome to have him do a skid mark and then show it to Jack.
Yeah, maybe we should bring Wes Watson on the panel. I don't know. When he started doing steroids, dude's juiced up to the maximum.
Yeah, that motherfucker's so hard. It's stupid.
Imagine have a heart attack.
Yeah.
He said it was mostly from the amino acids from the kitchen food in prison, and I can kind of believe that, as well as I don't.
It's like that Liver King fucking guy. He said he was on roids, and he
the same shit. It was the amino acids from the liver and all of that.
That motherfucker is on steroids. 100%. You cannot tell me that is not natural, bro. That's steroids, bro. Simple.
That's how I feel.
If you believe he's not, then I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Well, I'm telling you, I know from experience, you can see guys like that in prison that have no access to the steroids, except those amino acids that he's talking about. And that's through the diet. It's implemented through the state diet.
So you believe he is not on steroids?
Yeah, I mean, if you're eating conventional, like meat, for example, and you're eating steroids all the time.
Wait, Wizard, that actually makes sense, right? Because the beings that get bonded for quote unquote crime and then quote unquote go to jail, they're working off their sentence, right? They're like using their body as payment for the state of, right? Because then they go and work in the prison. So maybe they're giving them that food, those guys that food, and encouraging weightlifting so that they can be stronger, so that they can have higher output.
Free labor.
Exactly. Who's going to need all of the labor in the new deal when they have to redo all the infrastructure? Would that be the construction workers?
Prisoners.
For some reason, like over here, mostly like all the big construction companies that get the government shit, it's all ran by the mob. Mafia owns all of them.
Yeah, and the government operates just like the mob now. Remember the Roaring 20s? They took a lesson from the mob and learned how to manipulate and tempt and trick people through coercion, duress, and threats.
And then do RICO, and then say when anyone else does it, then they call it RICO. But when they do it, it's just they're the government. Very bizarre.
They'll be tricking everybody into concentrating real hard on new infrastructure.
Oh yeah, it's all coming to a confluence, just like the New Deal back in the 30s. It's 90 years later, and they need to restructure everything. The bankruptcy's exposed, and they need to restructure everything. Matter of fact, the bankruptcy is so exposed that in 2006 they amended Title 11 to include a Chapter 15 bankruptcy, recognizing cross-border ancillary cases requiring reciprocity and participation of the United States. I've been talking about it for a number of years. That's the matter of correction of the records. It's a value system. It's stolen valor, as we were talking about earlier. It's not about courage, court age. It's not about those administrative courts. It's about your yay is your yay and your nay is your nay, and you're going to fucking hear it because it's the message from not me, but him. I am merely the pass-through.
Let your answer be yay or nay.
What do you guys believe that Buddy deserved the 10 years for that or not? Like
for robbing the motherfucker?
Yeah, knocking him out, robbing him, stealing.
Well, I bet if you ask him, he's going to say yeah. And he's going to report that the reason he believes that is because it was a positive aspect in his life that he was able to take and grow from.
10 years is a long time. I'd want to see it, man. If he put a gun in his face and knocked him over the head or something, you might have an argument. But
they did. They had weapons and they knocked him out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, fuck yes,
They robbed all this shit at a hotel. I was reading some of the court cases. You can find it. It's I don't know. I think 10 years is a little too much.
Depends on how much he fucked somebody up. Did he put him near the end of his life? Did he fuck him up for years, take him away from earning?
Somebody playing that old shine. Yeah.
But like the way he talks, he acts like he's like unjustly there or something. Like I have to go through all this and that. That's because of your dumbass decision. Like over a bit of weed, you're gonna do that. Come on, bro. 10 years for some weed.
I think he got the 10 years somewhat for the violence, no?
Well, yeah, but the motive was weed and to steal the weed.
Yeah. Well, that was stupid.
For the weed, no, I'm not hearing no 10-year shit. If you just
well, no, a lot of it's adrenaline. You're looking for that adrenaline high.
I do it legally here, That's what I do.
Okay.
I think motherfucker's lucky. Someone try robbing my shit. They're not. He's lucky he didn't get.
The first guy in Chicago who they gave a dispensary to was a sheriff who formerly used to arrest motherfuckers for weed.
Same thing over here. The legalization. The police chief was involved in one of the major companies here with a bunch of other investors. The guy spent his whole career locking motherfuckers up for it as soon as it's legal. He's already in that shit from the get-go because he has inside connections. So he already knows it's going to be legal.
So
setting this shit up.
So that blatantly tells us at least about him. Fuck morality. If these guys say punishment, you deserve punishment. They're like gods. You do. And when they say you no longer do, I defer to them. You no longer do deserve punishment. And he's okay with that system. That gives that man too much power.
They thrive on it. That's their fucking shtick. Telling you what to do and then go off and do the other thing. Sell all the evidence right out of the back room back to another group of fucking slaves out on the street that are going to sling the dope so they can arrest more people.
We'll figure it out, motherfucker.
It might be 3 different kinds, and we'll give him the cocaine money. We keep the money from other shit. What's good, Jack? I didn't know you was up here.
He's sitting right next to you.
I wasn't even looking at Joe. I'm looking up and down the street and shit.
Why are like 90% of cops bald and fat? Can somebody explain to me? This is like every single time. Bald and fat, bald and fat, bald and fat, bald and fat.
I gotta say, we got some young motherfuckers. They hate being cops here now. We're losing.
I'll tell you why they're all bald and fucking fat. Because look at them. They're outer. It's a reflection of what they are on the inside, bro. Completely decrepit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think baldness is connected. Like baldness to me, I've never met
he's bald and fat on the inside too, bro.
Wow. Yeah, I've never met a confident man that was like bald or balding, that was like fired up about life. So there's some kind of connection with like the skull and like some chakra situation. There has to be.
Why don't you just shave your head? What if you shave your head?
No, that doesn't count, right? Because you're doing it on purpose.
If there's some correlation, bro, that would be fucking hilarious.
No.
Come on, there has to be.
Are there happy?
Don Vance would be our best subject to study for this because he's an extreme effeminate beta male malcontent, and he's extremely bald. So I think he should be our first subject. Carry on, gentlemen.
Well, you look down in the chat. Jason says you haven't met me, and Jason is always talking shit and pissed off. So like clearly pissed off, sad. You're bald or balding. Like I'm not surprised, sir.
I mean, look, after I lost my father, after my dad took his life, I started dramatically losing hair. And so I looked into it, and of course there was something, I can't remember exactly the name of it, but it was
cortisol.
It was something with like trauma in the title, some type of condition with trauma. So it's a trauma related condition. And so yeah, literally I was 17 when my dad took his life, and I was 19 when my hair was just fucking literally, I remember like falling out. Like literally one time I was in the shower and like I had hair in my hand. I was like, what the fuck, dude? You know?
Did you recover? I see you got a cap on.
Yeah, I always got a hat on, and I shave my hair. I shave my head, So, but I do totally believe that there are ways to grow it back naturally without fucking any of this, transplant shit. Like I guarantee the right oils and.
I was wondering if the
diet.
stress leave, did that mean if the stress killed the hair and the stress leaves, would it come back? I was wondering if you shared that philosophy or thought that a thing.
I think it's cortisol based. There's something like you can even get like a blood test done to see the cortisol levels, and that's like the stress.
I mean, let me be real though. Let me be 100%. It was gonna happen anyway. Like my dad, my dad's dad, my mom's dad. They're all like, what I mean. I think I just.
What it is the cortisol
genetically?
Yeah, cortisol. It probably stress induces the genetics that are already there.
Fuck that,
mean
dude.
he's genetically
First of all,
disposition to stress too?
No,
I fully side with epigenetics over genetics, but yeah, let me hear what you have to say, Timmy. Yeah.
Yeah, yo, this genetic thing is fucking bullshit. You guys, or the people that say that and push that, they always discount the entire livelihood, the thought process, the spiritual presentment of the being, and they just want to go to genetic disposition, right? And yeah, they look at their father, and most people are like the same NPC as their father. So, or the women that are fat, and then their mom's fat, and then their daughter's fat. Yo, come on, man! Like you can't tell me it's just like I'm big boned or something. Yo, you adopt eating habits, but it's also a mentality and like a spiritual transfer, right? Don't tell me it's just cortisol. Yo, cortisol is just a chemical. That's a reaction. That's the effect. That's not the cause. Cortisol isn't the
exactly.
cause.
Yeah, it's not the cause.
It's energetic, mental. Like Pino, you said epigenetics. We are through, again, which word do you want to pick? Conviction, thought. You do directly 100% influence how your body performs and reacts.
So Timmy, you're pretty much saying it's a byproduct of the subconscious mind in a way, also.
Yeah, if you want to call it subconscious mind, yeah, I say conscious mind, but then the conscious mind then feeds his subconscious mind, and then whatever you want to call that.
It's
all tied together.
Yeah, so it's like whatever's ingrained into because of your environment and how you've been brought up, it kind of ingrains that idea into your mind that's how I should be too.
Yeah,
it's like monkey see, monkey do type nonsense.
Yeah, and people usually don't change, and they don't actually take they don't look at their father and then say, okay, I'm gonna do X different, and then make the fucking change.
Hey, right there, that monkey see, monkey do. Put that into context and figure out why we see the news reported that we do.
Exactly. It inspires people to do the same thing, right?
Yep.
Or the music certainly that I listen to, man. And the entertainment that I watch, man, it inspires motherfuckers to do crazy shit too. Everything
You think
is
it's that way?
rational.
I think it's the other way. I think it's in people's in people's heart, mind, spirit, like in their consciousness, and then they go and they see it, and yeah, but yeah, I think it's give and take. We're
is both.
If you're weak, then you just let the field affect you and impress upon you, and then it's a loop, right? So then you just start
Yes, I
believing in
understand what
that,
you're
and then you
saying.
just loop it. You see it more, and then you believe it
I
more, and you see it more, and you believe it more, and it's this downward spiral to hell, in my opinion.
And it does.
I could play.
Oh, sorry, Jay.
I could play I could play Grand Theft Auto or something,
Right.
and I don't think it inspired me to do nothing negative or watch a movie where the next guy suddenly he needs to wear a gold chain because he heard it on the record and shake her booty because he saw it on the video.
Some people, they are desensitized to violence by that shit. Just across the board. There's just no way around it.
No, I'm desensitized. Motherfuckers tell a story about their one friend that died when they were in 7th grade. I be thinking, oh, you lucky fuck. I'm not going to say that out loud, but consider yourself lucky, man. I've had so many friends die with just 1 year alone, man. You know, it's a hot summer. You might lose 30 buddies, and you might see a few of them die and all that. Fuck, that 3 at a time. Oh, man.
Some rough shit, man.
The fewer friends I have, the fewer of them have to die.
But some people go on what's called confirmation bias. They believe in themselves or their own way just because other people, confirm it for them. Give them a little bit of, okay, yeah, there you go. That's right, that's right. And that doesn't necessarily mean they're right. It just means that other people might not necessarily understand, or so they're using that as a form of go along, get along.
Scott, I think people are smart enough to know they want that confirmation bias, so they'll choose a weak friend, the one who's gonna ride with them on some dumb shit. Yeah, fuck that bitch anyway. I told you to drop that nigga. He a loser. Those are the ones who they're gonna confide in because they actively want that confirmation bias.
Well, there's absolutely people out there that will use that to their ability. And subconsciously they might not even know they're doing it. A lot of that happens. They're just
at this point, there's just a pattern. Yeah.
So, but it is an interesting world we live in, and geez, if you think about it, the policy enforcers, a lot of them are just running on confirmation bias. Period.
Yes, they must. I've seen studies that suggest that they must. They say they must surround themselves with other cops' wives, and like-minded people, or else they get prone to do crazy shit like higher suicide
To listening
rates.
to us.
To listening to logic, right?
Hey, this is what I've been saying. These billionaires and the government corruption, it's enabled. Every one of our fucking unhealthy habits, every one of our the anger and misery from 20 years ago that we carry, it's all enabled.
It's installed, Jack, like your president. He's installed.
You're
not
right.
Trump though. Not Trump though. He was okay. He was a good one.
Trump broke the machine is what happened, and then they had to fucking deal with him. You see how hard it is to deal with him. I mean, 2 impeachments.
You fucking boomers fall for everything. Yo, you didn't break nothing.
I think he's part of the problem, but I think he's also part of the solution. I think there's a double-edged sword with Trump.
I think he could be.
Right. So when you just say a bunch of shit for 2 years in the leading up to an election, right? And then you do none of those things for 4 years.
You realize once you get into the swamp that there's bigger monsters than you assumed there were. And then they came at him like literally left and right. It was
I think you underestimate Trump. He gets in that swamp and he'd be like, I would love to get in bed with you gators.
He got more work to do. If he's real, if it's true, I mean, I'll tell you what, he's got more work to do.
Bro.
Hey, he failed. Trump got into the position, and many people had hope that he would do what he said he would do, and he fucking failed. And Scott, you're probably right. He got in there, realized there was bigger fish in the sea, but you know what? There's only bigger fish in the sea. That shit only matters if you're afraid to die.
Well, I think he was
Trump's
worried
a
he might
fucking
catch a
coward
bullet.
as far
That's
as
why
I'm concerned.
I think he was worried about catching a bullet. And if you remember over in Scotland at that fucking castle, there was a paraglider that came by him, and the fucking Secret Service agent, 34 years old, right next to him, caught a fucking heart attack within 2 hours or 3 hours of that. So, what if just anything could have happened there? You don't recall that?
I don't, but I think every president is scared of catching a bullet at one time or another, and I don't guess it changes their policies. Or I was gonna be really brave, but I might get shot, so I'm not gonna do that anymore. That's why you got all the Secret Service agents.
Yeah, well, shit, but that's not even. I mean, the enemy could come from within your camp, so you never know. And I think Trump might have looked at this and said, "Jesus, this is a little heavier than I thought. How am I going to do all this lifting?"
To some degree, but I think you overestimate the guy. I think he saw opportunity. Every person that came to him with that "let's make money" evil fuck, he didn't turn them away. He's not that, doesn't have that part
Oh,
of his
he had a
character.
cast of
He
fucking
joined
misfits.
in and make money off of that shit. That's the type of his character he has. He ain't
Yeah,
fucking turning away no free bread.
Yeah, he had a couple. Oh my God, Bolton has turned on him. A couple of the people that turned on him, Scaramucci. I mean, this was a fucking free for all. Trump had a lot of bad
What about
choices he
that
made.
Cohen, the lawyer Cohen?
Well, he went to jail. He's a fucking misfit. Yeah, that's what caused Trump to just get indicted. And
why do you guys follow this? I don't
what?
understand. Why do you guys follow all of this stuff?
It's right there, keeping up with I'll be honest with me, because I have people that I speak to on kind of a fairly regular basis that's their life and their family or friends or past acquaintances and business partners. So just knowing what they're fucking into and keeping up, I can't sell them on this. Their fucking lives are not wrapped around this stuff at all. Not around. They think they're free. They're literally, they believe everything they have is bought and paid for. They don't need
I think I watched that shit because they are the people, the active enemy that's out here hurting motherfuckers. They plot and plan right in front of me on MSNBC and Fox.
Who?
I get to fuck
Who's
the
that?
enemy. The enemy has
Who's
this
the enemy?
cable.
The government.
In this case, mainstream media.
White people.
Is the enemy.
Everybody.
How is the government the enemy, Scott?
What?
How is the government the enemy?
white people.
I don't see the government as the enemy. I see the people within the well, it's the government is so compartmentalized, Timmy, that you can't go from one town and not find 60 different organizations going on operating within that one little town. I mean, let's say more than little, an average sized town. So the government just within that town is going to consist of a lot of moving pieces. So then just move across from county to county, city to city, town to town, state to state, and you start realizing that there's so many different drawers and files and open that, oh my God, there's no tracking this all. I mean, it's a supercomputer at best that we haven't built that could actually keep track of what everybody's fucking us with.
I don't feel that way. I don't feel I'm fucked by anything. So
Well,
I
don't really want to say that I feel like I'm fucked either, but I feel like I've been misled and deceived all along.
Timmy, do you feel like your fellow man are being fucked?
I feel whoever wants to get fucked signs up to get fucked, and
I get that. So
what am I gonna say about that?
Should they?
I say man has a right to be a slave if he chooses. So because we have infinite rights. So if people want to be slaves, it's like karmically
so do you agree
fucked up
that
if I try to break, like if I try to stop them from doing that. They have the right to do that.
I understand. Do you agree with this? A small portion of that the government is actively using there for money, pimping them, giving them fake knowledge, and using playing with their low IQs, indoctrinate them with bullshit. Would you agree all those things are going on?
I think that it's a product, and people want it, and they go and seek it out. And then there are beings who I don't agree ethically that deliver these products and services.
All right, that's what I was asking.
Right, so I don't, if people want to sell, if one person wants to grow cocaine in his backyard and then sell it to his friend, that wants to do cocaine, what's the problem with that? Like, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, but that's
ethically,
and with me, that's consensual.
Right.
But if a person is just smarter than you and tricks you out of your little fucking hard-earned money, now I got a problem with that. Or a
How about
person
the bank?
is so tricky that he
Listen.
believes.
Let's be explicit though. Give me a scenario.
I'll give you an example.
Mortgages and banks.
Jack was trying to tell you guys this earlier. Remember in the message he said you're fucked. After the CIA debriefing, the message was you're fucked. You're still fucked. So you're done.
That's part of the psyop, though.
You're
Whitey, is Joe cool?
Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it.
You up and tell them you owe them $500. I think that's he's taking advantage of that dude because he knows he's afraid he's gonna pay the money. If I get enough of these chumps, I'll get enough to make a living. I think that's they wrong people daily.
Talking about a protection mafia?
Well, in that case, I was talking about the police. Same thing. I was talking about the police pull you over and take your money because you hit a yellow line until you owe $500. Some sheep outright believe it. Some people, I'm just afraid, but I'm going to give you this money. I hate the fuck out of you. I just don't want to get beat up and shot today. I think they are abusing people daily.
I mean, on some level, but like again, those folks signed up for a license and then they subject themselves to these codes, and ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? It doesn't say ignorance of the codes, statutes, and policies is no excuse. It's ignorance of the law, right? So the codes, statutes, and policies are not law unless you make it law by your
It doesn't
consent,
stop
right?
them from bullying and abusing you. Even if you say I do not follow any of your laws, I did not drive, I did not sign up for this shit, and then you try to travel to come see me, one of them is lurking to fucking rob you and take your fucking possessions. They'll hurt your free ass just as quick.
You're presuming that that's going to happen, first of all. Now, second of all,
I'm saying may.
It may,
happen.
right?
Yeah.
I may get hit by a bus. I could drop dead of a heart attack right now.
Odds are you. No. Don't complain to getting hit by a heart attack.
But now you're
because
playing the game
odds.
odds.
You travel.
Now you're gambling.
If you travel,
right?
I am playing generality.
Right. So but again, look, you want the safe bet.
Well, let me allow
look,
me
we're talking about gambling. You want 100% safety or freedom?
I'm going to go volunteer my time and talents to those who want to reduce the population.
I want to finish this instance right now. The odds of you riding around with a license plate or no license plate, stickers and all of that over a length of time and a small length of time, you will get into it with these people. Somebody is going to hurt you, extort you, put you in that court system and kidnap you. So they bully the free, which is you too. They hurt people, including free niggas like you.
But bro, that like go to the Brazilian Amazon, like go to the Amazon jungle. Yeah. And if you're by yourself, you might come across dudes with spears, right? And then there's like a sign. It might be in some language you don't understand, and it'll say notice, like don't fucking come here. Okay, or there may be no sign with language on it. You might just see 5 dudes with spears, be like, and then like go away from here, right? So it's like on some level, this reality that we are in at the moment has that level of power and force, right? That has to be dealt with. So on some level, we should be, or let me not say we, I should be and am accumulating different types of power and resources so that I am not in a compromised position constantly. Right, that's one level of it. But on the more important level of it, it's like if I'm not doing wrong, the army of one, me standing alone, if I'm not doing wrong, I got to be ready and prepared to handle the consequences of whatever happens. Because I can't sleep at night without that. Well, what the fuck else can I do, right? So yeah, I think from what I've seen, you like when I do ride around without the fucking slave plate, I'm ready to get pulled, quote unquote, pulled over via the emergency lights, right? Illegal, right? And then I'm ready to handle it. I've got my rap. I've done like 10 hours of just mental rehearsing and prepping my rap and going through imagining the scenario and going for it. I don't know if it's going to go well or not, but like if it aligns with my principles, then I got to do what I got to do, right? And if I'm going to stay in honor, that's all that matters to me. I'm not going to, because actions speak louder than words. If I'm not
Those
belligerent
guys
and I'm
that
not looking for a problem, then,
those
but
guys
again,
that
you're presuming those guys, there's like a million cops. And I guess, yeah, a lot of them are low IQ and corrupt. I get it, but
those
it's
guys
not
that prey on
impossible.
you, it's not impossible. You can hit the lottery and become a trillionaire. It's not impossible. Those guys that prey on you, when they miss you for that day, they get other people that day. They're preying on somebody daily. And we all,
Bro, there's every town, 20,000 cops and 20,000 beings and 20 cops. It's like, if you're prey as the 20,000, what do you do? You're doing something wrong, man. And again, at law, see, I think this, respectfully, I think this is a part that you don't understand. At law, when they're wrong, there is remedy. There's lawful remedy.
Well, I wouldn't understand that. You're right. That was just way beyond me. You're right. There's odds I wouldn't have understood that there's a remedy when motherfuckers break the law. Stop it.
Is lawful remedy. You press a claim at court and you call the court and you press a claim against them. So it's like I don't see the beings that I see like pretty much 100% of people complaining and not pressing claims when they think they have one.
Well, pressing claims, check this out. That may be. Well, my whole point here, what I'm still arguing is that you have a duty to stop these guys from harming all these other people.
Me? Why?
Yes,
Hold
you
on,
per
why?
se. You per se. And one way of doing that is you writing your claims, you holding them accountable in different ways. The reason you do is because of these old biblical sayings that got me in so much trouble yesterday whenever we were talking. They came for the Jews. They killed them all. I did nothing. They came for the so-and-so. I did nothing. The two heads are better than one. For an eternity of reasons. It'd be the African proverb: if you see any pests in your neighbor's field, chase them away, or one day they will end up in your own. It's all that whole philosophy of you got to help every motherfucker. We gonna get out this fucking bucket together if you can.
There's a spiritual part of that, right? Obviously, we are the same being, which I accept. I'm giving at my best ability unconditional love to all around. But on another level, though, it's like I've got to be able to have outer radial circles going outwards of trust and time investment and my young son first, right, and my wife, and then the outer expanding circles. So I gotta have.
You might even put God way up there in whatever sense you perceive him. When I put God up there, when I try to live on truth and so on, so I think and I may say phrase this wrong, but I think I'm honoring God. I think that's
Joe.
Joe,
Excuse me, Joe, for a minute. Timmy, going forward, do you have your own channel?
No.
No. Why? All right. Well, I see you around this metaverse a little bit, and Wizard does some stuff on his channel. Would you be willing to, maybe if he was willing, I mean, I'm not speaking for him, but I'd love to see it, or maybe Paulie do it with this, go out and talk to people about how to press a claim, what they need to do, how they need to prepare for it. Take an hour and say, look, I'll help you. Here's how I can help.
That's not a horrible idea, Timmy, if I can piggyback on that. Most of us are afraid because we think it's too expensive. That's why you act up on the street and end up getting your ass locked up, because there is no real remedy in court. And if the best you can do is hope to get off of the charges they put on you. And as far as suing them, even if you're going to go pro bono, I'm told it's $450. It's $300 for one, $150 for the other. And then if you got to have a lawyer, they want $5,000 just to even talk about whether we're going to do this.
You don't want a lawyer. You want to do this yourself.
All right. I should have known where I was at. I should have considered the audience here.
I hear. Scott. I mean, perhaps I want to personally, for lack of a better word, I want to execute the understanding more. So I'm hesitant in the sense of I'm just sharing. On some level, look, the thing is this: the real court, to my understanding, is again daily. The church is here, the court is here, court is in the records, right? Like I say shit sometimes, and like Wizards like yes, so that's because like he has the 93 cases, like I have none. But I mean, I have none because to my best understanding, it's like I do act in honor in business and in life. So I like when you act in honor, and then when you have honorable communication, that's really the first step. So court is really about handling shit privately between you and another man. So, you know, I've intuitively been living like this already. So I've already been having honorable communications with folks, even when problems come up, even with my business. You know, nobody ever.
But let's say you come to a different city, a different state, a different county, town, etc., and you come across different beings that have no honor at all, and they're not willing to communicate with you honorably.
Right. Well, that's the rub, right? Like I don't go on the bus because I know what could happen. Like, so I pay the $10 to take an Uber. Like, this is the kind of stuff that like kind of that's like firsthand, like the first step in my mind is like I don't put myself in places around people of low trust because it's just dumb and there's no value in it. Usually,
Certainly,
again, there is value
not
sometimes,
yes,
right? Like
certainly not if you wouldn't put people of low trust and leave them to keep your home or put them in your job environment and shit like that. There may be a reason to be around those people, which where you was about to go with that. But generally speaking, I wouldn't involve them in my business if I don't trust them.
Hey, there is a special guest that was in the room, and I've seen a couple people asking to speak. I think he has a show coming up, so I don't mean to interrupt you two. This is great content and whatnot, but Jack probably has to leave. So if he wants to say 2 or 3 words, I'd like to hear him. Just that's me.
Yeah, I mean, we're all men here. Just fucking get in. Nobody else is talking. So
come on, Jack, or did you go back in the back? He might have taken a piss. Fuck, who knows?
Pipe up, fat slave.
So yeah, I mean, like to me, it's that's where it starts. Is that honorable interactions, right, and getting yourself out of the hood, for lack of a better phrase. Yeah, I mean, Bree, I mean, it depends on where you are and where the bus is, right? I used to take the bus in Avon, Colorado. Out there is a town, right? But I don't take the bus in my hometown. You know, you use a private, private. That's just it's a microcosm, right? But Scott, you said, what if I'm in a place where the people are low trust? Yeah, I just do a minimal interactions, and I don't ask for nothing. I don't want nothing. I don't ask for nothing. I don't try to get into business contracts or even verbal contracts with
that
people
helps
I don't know.
a lot. That helps a ton. You know, you can get along with people for years as long as you don't put them in your business and let me borrow $20 or something. I start telling them too much of your fucking business. We call it playing them the long way. Once the guy violates you in some way, your friend will tell you, hey, play that nigga the long way, man. He's telling you that dude will burn you. Don't let him get too close to you.
Feed that shady motherfucker with a long handled spoon.
Yeah, that type of shit.
Yo, Jack, you have an announcement, brother?
Hi, Jack.
Hey, brothers.
Scott was up here saying that you wanted to tell us about your results from the test that you took, the herpes test or something.
It was syphilis, I think.
Syphilis.
He's got that rare white.
Yeah. How'd that go?
I would love to fucking see you face to face.
I love you guys, man.
No,
I saw my announcement did make it out today. Is that available, Paul?
Look at that plumber's crack.
Lou, are you wearing a thong?
He is.
Oh my God.
No! What was that?
No. Stop it.
Oh,
You know what? You're a disgusting dirt pig. Disgusting dirt pig.
Somebody clip and rewind that shit and blow it up and see if I saw that shit. I thought I saw lace and everything. I am high as fuck. I could not have seen that.
Whoa, Lou, what are you doing? Keep that in there.
I don't know. I'm scared now to see in the back part.
I mean, we would need a fucking telescope to see that thing, but, you know.
The ass crack.
Anyway.
His ass crack was deep enough and dark enough. It looked like he was wearing a black thong.
His crack, man. It's the crack. Oh God, that's funny.
Yo, Whitey.
That would reduce part of the problem in the world.
What? Ass crack dogs? What? Calling people white? What?
No,
Hey,
he said kill Whitey.
Talcott,
kill
I saw
Whitey, he said.
I saw your very important message, Talcott. Now things have changed. The phones are ringing differently. You got heat, just like a wrestling heat. But your message was very important. We heard today. Just so you know.
I hope that your fucked part is getting through.
You uncupcaked it. You were very angrily uncupcaked with your important message, Tall. It was a very deep Jack. Deep fake
So
Jack.
I have an update. I have an update. Not only they went after Jennifer for vegetation and threatened her with $500 in jail. Her water got turned off, and that's never happened before either, right? They said, "Oh, you didn't pay the bill. We're turning your water off." Turn the water off. And then she argued with them because it's never happened before. Of course, she paid the bill. So just a bunch of coincidences, right? Just all within like a few months of me being there. The water gets shut off. We're going to fine you and put you in jail for weeds out front. There's no weeds. Let me show you the fucking front of this house.
That's what you said.
Let me show you.
Yeah, that's the thing. I guess it is a thing, depending where you are. Yeah, I'm spoiled, man. I've been in fucking Colorado.
It's not even a thing, Joe. He's saying it could be very targeted if you get with my gist. They fuck with you when you're over target, you get fucked with, Joe.
I get that.
There's the front of her house. Yeah, it's like
cutting
really
the water
fucking
off.
bad.
I think he's saying ticketing her for not cutting the grass or something like that. Is how they're
really
targeting
bad.
her.
That's the front. You can see there's like so much. There's like so much weeds.
Ah, really, bro?
You know, it's like a wall and a fucking tree, and there's nothing there. And then, and then let's see the other one. Oh man, it's like so much fucking weeds on the other side. Holy shit, it's nothing but rocks. And then there's this side.
Vegetation.
Oh,
They
it's
call
like
it.
so fucking like sloppy out there. Holy shit.
Vegetation.
Let me go solo. Oh man, oh no. It looks so fucked up out there. We need to like get all them weeds up. Man, it's like fucking Sanford and Son out there, yeah.
Did a man send it, Paul? Like a man send a sign or like town up?
The city, there's a slave dropped off a city of, you know how the game agent drops off the city of.
Yeah.
A neighbor likely called and bitched about it.
And
why'd the water get cut off?
Well, that
16 years she's been in the same place and never had these problems, and there's been 3 or 4 of them within a
What
4
about
month period.
vegetation tickets? Has she gotten them before?
No, none of this. None of it. Never had any of this. Nothing.
You guys, you think censorship is bad? When you're in a foxhole, your life gets fucked with, bro. All you guys are like questioning this shit. It should just be on your mind. The man's telling you, fucking nothing happened.
I had him on Ian and all their platforms in a private Telegram group, focused on me saying, let's find out where he is and where he's staying and fuck with him and get him arrested. I had him all on there.
Yeah, I know what's going on here, Paul. Like I said,
they don't have some family members in every little office. They do, and they know how to work with each other. And they're the lowest form of life that they would try to fuck with somebody, just like they cut the internet service off in her house. I'm out in the driveway in a trailer. I got my own all my own shit. They cut my shit off and hers at the same time. She goes, "Did your internet just go off?" It's completely separate services. One is Verizon phone, one is a cable company. She goes, "My modem just went off. All my internet service went off. At the same time, mine goes off outside. Completely different service." She goes, "This has never happened to me before." So just one thing after the next, right?
The optics are high.
Could it be Talcott and the UN shit he's been doing? I've watched your videos, Talcott. This is bothering me.
We should almost rewatch it. We should see what, like, your message was very stern, kind of almost uncupcake Talcott.
I haven't seen that yet. Maybe we should watch that before long. Tell us about it, Jack.
Hey, it was well executed. I'll say that. And I honor the way it was presented.
How did you present it, Jack?
It was a well executed satire, wasn't it?
Yes. The message though was truthful. Well,
show with that. Don't say that, Jack.
Yeah, no, let me not be that brazen. If things don't change, that presentation could become reality. Not the part of me going with a bomb, but the you're fucked part. 'Cause, I think if things don't change, we are fucked. But hey, can I get on? Paul's dealing with this nonsense with the yard stuff, right? Someone's opinion, someone's standards want to enforce some imagined fucking rules. I was thinking about that today, listening to my neighbors mowing their yard and thinking about how many man hours are just fucking wasted on trying to keep the grass green for the neighbors. It's like, what? What are we
That's
doing?
racism, isn't it?
I've put in my own hours, a lot of hours doing that same shit, keeping them green and you know, pulling weeds and countless, yeah. And I'm not talking about for my garden, what is going to sustain me. I'm talking about, you know, to look good for other people who walk past.
Exactly.
And those weeds that most American slaves cut out and throw away and send away could save their lives if
health
they weren't
food, healthy fucking
because
shit.
those weeds are now hundreds of feet in the ground. That's why they keep growing back, and they're potentially extremely good for me. I'll just say for me. They're bitter, clean you out, but people, these dumb slaves, want to have grass that they can't even eat.
Timmy, is it raining in your apartment, or do you work at Red Lobster?
How many times are you gonna add? Like, are we gonna talk about the same thing?
I just need to know.
Matthew Snafu.
Yeah. I'm just curious. You got really upset about the waiter comment today.
No,
you
I
got
wasn't
very
upset about the
cupcake
comment.
triggered. Yeah, you got cupcake triggered.
Why do you
and
not
you always
get?
are wearing a raincoat. When they said waiter, I thought Red Lobster. I did.
So here, Joe. Here's a lesson about claims, right? Snafu constantly makes false claims about other men and thinks that's like an okay thing for a man to do.
You're not a man, though, so let's talk about you. We're talking about men, but you don't talk about that, Kenny.
Why am I not a man? Why are you coming at me like this?
Okay. You know what? I saw you guys talking a lot about prison. A lot of you guys on the panel. How many of you guys actually been there, man? No. That's a fucking valid question. You were talking like, the food and stuff. No. Have you ever been in a yard? Have you ever been in prison? Are you educated, Timmy? Are you educated on elimination and life in a cage? Are you, Timmy? Because honestly, the things you say and the way you present yourself, you get smashed out real quick.
By who?
By society, dude. Though you were on here talking like you knew what's up in a prison or prison yard.
When have I said that?
You never even been to a prison, Timmy.
When have I talked about prison?
Earlier, when I was listening to you guys talk. Also, some of the things you say to some of these people are just like, what the fuck? We're going to save ourselves from fucking eating our weeds and fucking the chemtrails already got us on that. No. I mean, come on, Timmy.
Right, so
we can do fucking Steve Irwin, hug a buddy, fuck a buddy, put our raincoats on. And cupcake around and fucking just jump on panels. Hey, I saw someone say, I bet Timmy's never even done construction work. Have you ever fucking worked in a construction yard? Have you ever held a hammer or a fucking saw? Just curious, Timmy.
I made little shit, but no, I've never been a construction worker. Sorry,
okay.
Snafu. I'm not a man.
Experience, though, my friend, is a humbleness. That's all I'm saying.
I don't have a problem with construction workers, you low IQ fucking idiot, miscreant.
There you go. I'm the low IQ idiot, but you're the one gonna get smashed out in society, acting like you're gonna survive. No, dude, you're dude. Okay, the way you talk, the way you present yourself, the way if we were in Hug a Buddy fucking Camp Cupcake Land, most of these cupcakes would be done. Just like Mr.
I don't
Timmy,
you think
you
I
are
fucking
one of the most
like this right now?
You're the one of the most like I don't get you at times. Like sometimes you're on the level, but then you act very like you know it all. Like you're completely the smartest fucking know-it-all fucker in the world.
I know
and it's like,
stuff.
dude,
Sorry
who's
for
this
knowing
guy
stuff and being
who wears a
confident about
raincoat every day in his apartment? Who
A
probably
fucking insecure bitch, man.
never did anything, you know, really. Just curious.
What are you talking
That
about?
has all these like
you're
mighty
a fucking
opinions
little
on
girl.
others.
Never did anything really. What does that mean? You don't even. You just say shit.
No, you have a
Nothing-
lot of opinions. You have a lot of opinions about how they're shitheads and low IQ and this and that. Motherfucker, you can't even build yourself a fucking bench to sit on.
You're a twisted motherfucker.
I can't build a bench.
Birdhouses, you can build like small things with Timmy. I guess that's something small in Timmy.
Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it.
There you go.
Timmy, you clown on the number guys, right? The gematria guys. You clown on the gematria. You clown on subliminal messages that the messages will ramp up. You clown on optics all the time, but at least they're putting it out there. At least they're talking about it. I'm just saying, Timmy, you have a lot to say.
You're a fucking pussy, and you want to look at all this shit and go, "Oh, that thing is enslaving me. I'm so weak. There's all these numbers and optics." You're a fucking pussy. That's why you act the way you do.
Oh, is that so? Just like you don't pay attention to anything. You don't pay, like you ask these guys why they pay attention.
Optics. You're the cupcake.
You ask these guys why they pay attention to a theater show. Probably because tactically you pay attention to life surroundings and what your environment is. Timmy's in La La Land wearing raincoats, thinking he fucking is Huckabuddy Puckabuddy.
I would love
knows
to
what he's
fucking
doing.
see you face to face.
You're the cupcake. You're so afraid. You don't have no faith in nothing. So you're just afraid of the government. You spend all day, every day, worrying about what everybody else is doing, what the government's doing, what Paul's doing, what all these streams are doing. Where's your fucking execution? Where is what your spirit is?
Timmy, hold on. Timmy, in all fairness, I asked you how to press a claim, and now I've got to go back to Wizard and ask him to just do the stream himself because you said you hadn't done it.
There you go.
When did I say I pressed the claim before?
You told us that you weren't afraid of all these fucking people because you got to just do this and go press a claim. But yet you're telling us what we have
been wronged.
I heard it too.
Year. I've not been wronged in the past year where I had to go and press a claim against another man.
But you're telling us if we have a problem, that's how to solve them. But yet your solution doesn't actually come with any experience.
Bing, 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 experience. Bing, bing, bing. The man said it, experience.
You're going to let me answer? Nobody's fucking talking to you. I'm going off of the experience of my life, which is not about the fucking legal process or about the specific forms and process of pressing a claim. It starts with living with fucking honor and doing the right thing first. I don't get myself hemmed up into a bunch of bullshit, so I'm not constantly having to press claims. That's first and foremost. And second of all, it's about pressing the claim in the moment, Scott.
So you're saying people who get claims are fucking, it's on them? No, fuck you. You're uneducated. You would get wrecked in society, homie, with the way you act and the way you're viewed.
Can I finish my fucking statement? All right, great. And anytime, Scott, in the past 3 years, and the past 5 years, and the past 10 years, and the past fucking 20 years, if somebody has done wrong with me, I go to them in private and fucking deal with it and press the claim to them in the moment. Now, have I done that?
But you never even fucking experienced it, and you think all claims are their fault. No, you don't know what you're talking about. You have all this stuff you could say, but no experience to any of it.
Figure it out, motherfucker.
I'm just gonna keep going. So my point is,
thank you, Talcott. Thank you.
You have to be doing that.
That was Jack Talcott's wisdom. Don't fucking shame his wisdom, Timmy. You've been fat shaming. You've been fucking butt shaming. Timmy, you've been shaming all kinds of people, you cupcake. Don't shame Talcott's wisdom. Don't you dare shame Talcott's wisdom.
Shut the fuck up, Snafu. Thank you.
And respect and acknowledge the producer moves.
Shut the fuck up.
No.
So, Scott, it's living this way first and pressing a claim in the moment and in honor is how I've been able to live my life with getting through it and not being thrown in jail and not having
just out of respect for the people around me, not on this panel, but in reality, There's a lot of dishonorable people out there. They'll take your money, they'll take your property, they'll take your fucking life if you're not careful. Now, my point is, what are you going to do? You've evidently walked in an experience where maybe you're sheltered. I don't know if you're agoraphobic and don't go outside or not.
Use your discernment. Look at the kid in a raincoat. Of course he's sheltered. Look at this cupcake. Just look at him. Use your discernment. The optics. The optics. Look at him. Optics.
What I'd like to know is, what are you going to do if all this comes to you? You're saying you're not looking for it. I get that, and that's fine. Don't go looking for trouble. Right. But what happens when it comes looking for you? And what are you going to do? Because it's bound to, especially where the world's breaking down.
I get that, but I'm saying you stand in honor and then you press the claim how you see fit about the other man that did wrong. And you go forward. And there is processes to do that I've learned about. And I'm not going to, that's why I don't want to talk about them that much, because it's not so much like, I don't want to talk about me doing that process. I haven't really done that specific process of pressing a claim at a court. But like the spirit of it is the same thing though. Like when you send an honorable notice, again, like when Paul sent his notice.
Kind of like the spirit of you acting like you're talking about knowing about prison shit, but the spirit of you or physical of you've never been to prison. Kind of like you just never experienced stuff, but the spirit of you tells you how you should tell people what to do and how to deal with it. Yeah, Timmy, you're a great inspiration. Jack has more wisdom than you right now.
Thank you, Snafu, for your opinion. I've seen what makes you cheer. So your shitty opinions when you say something bad about it means literally
don't shame the great Talcott. That's all you got to do.
So because here's the impasse, Scott. It's like, so are we only going to look at the Wes Watsons or the Wizards? We're only supposed to learn from them, or like learn from a being that's made the mistake.
I'm good. I was asking for other people's purposes, and I might do some brushing up, but I know how to press a claim. I know where you got to press a claim. Pretty simple. So what's that?
So what is you already agree with me. So what was the point of the?
No. I know that there's still hurdles to getting to that. And I was saying, this is a neat panel with a lot of educated people. And I'm not saying you're not, but I was just suggesting maybe a breakout session for those of the people in chat or in viewer land, so they might catch up. Because when people throw something like press a claim out and then don't tell anybody how to do it, it leaves them in the lurch trying to figure it out for themselves. And sometimes maybe rather vulnerable because they go in the opposite direction of what they should because they've been given bad information.
I'm not giving no advice to nobody.
I didn't say you did.
Timmy, let me give you some real advice. Some of the most people like you get smashed the worst, dude. Some people like you get smashed the worst or in wrecks the worst. I'm telling you, I see people like you all the time who get caught up in bullshit.
Nobody wants to hear from me, brother.
No, see, that's the thing. A lot of people give shit, all kinds of shit, but you actually, like, when you say you're low IQ or you talk all this shit to people, you mean it because you have that, like, you think you're better than people. You really think you're like, you're a guy in a fucking hoodie every fucking day looking like you're fucking the Rain Man or some shit, a Jewish fucking crackheaded looking Rain Man, and you're sitting here giving 1 minute you're okay, next minute you're like telling people how they don't know shit and you know it all. And it's like, who is this guy? He's never even worked labor in his life.
Every day,
fucking doesn't even, he sure, like, he definitely hasn't been locked up or been he definitely has no street smart. Definitely has no street smart.
You didn't
go to war. Who is this little fucking clown who would get wrecked in a society, who would get fucking train wrecked? Dude, you would be my bitch, bro. I would make people make you my bitch just because of how you act to people. You have no respect at
all. Who, Snafu? You?
The way you talk and come off to people, dude, and then what you have no experience. Just like the guy said, no experience. You got cupcakes over it.
I got to go to court 93 times to have fucking experience about being honorable.
No one said. Why do you bring up Wizards 93 times? What about anyone? One time. Why is it Wizards? You said, "Oh, I'm not the person to get hemmed up." That's on them if they get caught up in the system. You don't think people get caught up in the system because they don't want to get caught up? You made it sound like it's their fault for fucking having to take on court cases and shit. Timmy, the attacks are on. They are Gestapoing everyone. Your little cupcake ass has never been locked up on the streets or dealing with real shit, bro. You would get wrecked, homie.
Right. Real shit. Exactly. Slinging fucking drugs, right? That's real shit. That's helping your fucking fellow brother by fucking
Who
helping
said
them to
slinging
fucking kill
drugs,
themselves?
Timmy? There's your fucking narcissistic, you're better than all bullshit. No one mentioned slinging drugs. Where did drugs come into this whole conversation? It's you have a one fantasy Timmy mind.
You just said moving shit on the street. Did you not?
Could have been pussy.
Anything.
Okay.
Could have been fucking starting up your own businesses and stores. Being independent as your own person, civilians, making a difference. If you sit in a raincoat in your apartment talking to everyone like they need to know and do what you think is best, when I've seen no action out of your ass too. Hey, Jack picked it up. Jack has fucking gotten here and uncupcaked his ass and been on it. Good job, Jack. Good job, Jack.
Snafu, I don't come here and talk about my personal life because if I lead with that, then it's going to get the wrong people involved. I'm not bringing.
Well, not personal life. I guess
I don't lead with that, bro. Because then
what's up?
The wrong people. I'm not interested in that.
Get it started.
Unknown source. These people are disgusting.
Dude.
These people are disgusting.
That could be my opening, Paul.
You got to dance to it, though, Calcott.
Oh, man. My heart is dancing.
This is my safe space. Please respect it.
Dummy.
Beyond this one.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough.
How are you feeling? Well. How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
Could you give me some idea?
Please tell me this is going to be in your audiobook, Jack.
Offhand, I can't.
Whose idea was it that you come here?
Oh my God. This is hypnotizing.
We have all calmed ourselves because of Calcott.
Oh my God. Thank you, man. Holy cows.
Man, my cheeks are tired after I'm done.
I love it.
Oh my God. You are a broadcasting genius, man. Holy shit. It's art.
Now the fat retard slave has appeared.
I feel calmed.
Another dumbass.
I gotta go if I'm gonna be on time. Thank you. I love you guys.
All right, Jack. We'll see you over there at some point, maybe. Kind of completely insane here as usual.
Pipe up, fat slave. Pipe up, fat slave.
Dummy.
Yeah, is that all you?
I guess so.
People are in shock.
I'll just say this. I'm not going to lead. I don't like to lead with my private life about like worldly accomplishments because I don't think those matter so much. So I understand how you can say, oh, look, this weird guy with a fucking hood is cold in here. I get it because I don't like really talk about private life. That's fine. I only ever talk about like, and I say, hey, this from my understanding, I've seen this and this regarding claims and law and shit. So, I mean, if anybody's just like, yo, like taking my word for something, I mean, they're fucking dumb. So I just say we're not slaves, or I'm not a slave, and I'm free. So and I just talk about shit that I've seen when people press a claim or they act in honor and they send honorable notices that the law still exists, and these motherfuckers know the spiritual law, and they actually respond to it. And you know, if you tell them and you express to them, hey, if I express to them, hey, you're doing wrong, this is barratry, this is, and here's my claim. I claim that you took my property on X date at this time, and I require it back. Otherwise, you know, this isn't your intent to put me in slavery, right? And I looked around a lot, and I've seen that to my understanding, it always works. And ultimately, what other option is there? I refuse to accept that I'm a slave, and I refuse to accept that there's some large entity, force, dystopia that is powerful, that more powerful than I, if I'm in the truth and in the spirit. So, you know, I get it. It seems scary and dystopian, but I do not accept and will not accept that there is something outside of me and outside of the spirit that is more powerful than I. And so, you know, I just roll with that. So maybe I'm wrong and I'll die or go to jail because I'm wrong. But I mean, I don't see another option. It's like, I'm just going to live with happiness. I already went through this fight 12 years ago. I thought about just becoming a prepper, going into a fucking hole and just waiting after 2008 and just waiting, stocking up on property and metals and stuff. And I thought, well, what the fuck would the point of that be? So that's my thing. I mean, I don't give a fuck. None of you believe it because it really doesn't matter to me. So that's that.
You go, girl. Jimmy, you go, girl.
Doesn't work like that, dummy.
Did you send a notice, Lou, to your property tribute folks, Roman slave drivers? Probably not. The fuck you waiting for?
I noticed that I probably should make a notice. It's very noticeable.
Don't live in fear, bro.
How's that other saying go? Live in no, the other one Paul said, not live in fear.
Pipe up, fat slave.
Live with fear. Everybody sleeping? Joe Cool, you still there?
Yeah, I'm chasing some gunshots.
Okay, Lou Bass, I'm here. I saw in the chat earlier where you said something.
Oh, shut up, Scott. For once in your damn life, just shut up.
I would love to fucking see you face to face.
So you borrowed my underwear and you never gave them back. He borrowed the ones that I blew a hole in, and I found out why. Because he's waiting for O'Shea to come bend them over, and he doesn't have to pull his pants down. He just leaves them right the way they are. That's why you were showing them off there, you fucking gay boy.
Did you ever do time for killing your neighbor with the dingleberry that you shot out your ass through your underwear?
It was only because it hit him in the temple.
I know.
It was an unfortunate mishap. I mean, a shitty affair.
I read about it.
Fuck.
And I don't know how to read.
I don't know why everybody's reading about me these days, but fuck it, whatever. I'll go with it. So, needless to say, yeah, when you borrowed those fucking drawers that had that hole in them, they worked out well for you and O'Shea, I suppose. I hear he's only pitching and you're just catching. You Colin Cowboy, you.
I speed chase, Joe. They just blew past. We're gonna see if I can make a U-turn.
Get him, Joe.
Scott, are you there? Scott? Paging Scott? Scott, can you take a joke? Yes or no?
We're going on a ride with Joe. You just stay back in the background. Go ahead and bend over a little bit more for the cow.
Joe.
Yeah.
Kill Whitey, man. Fuck that Whitey. Let's kill him. Fucking Whitey, man.
You're a twisted motherfucker.
Go, 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 go. Oh, fuck. We got more cops. And they're from a different county. It's a big chase.
Slaves out of control in your local state of California or neighborhood with our correspondent, Joe Cool.
Joe, you don't have to shut us out with this. You can keep it live. It's already being recorded. You don't have to turn us off.
Hold on, we got more cops. I'm going to try and turn the cameras around. Hold on.
Oh, he's behind you now.
Chasing you?
Nah. He's chasing somebody up here. You guys, oh, fuck. I done turned the camera back facing me.
It's good to see you in the light, Joe Cool. I'm so used to seeing you in the dark.
All right. Good job.
Yeah, dirty car, bro.
Yes, I do, man. It's been down for months, bro. I just got it back a couple days ago, which is why you're going to see him in the dark every fucking day. I done lost the flip of my camera. I don't know which way they turn. If I was him, I'd have hit the expressway. I hear the choppers up. Let's see where the choppers go. I'm finna bail out the car and see if I can see the chopper get some direction. If y'all can still hear me.
That ain't free parking out there either, bro.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough.
121st is first. I got him at gunpoint. First is Bush. Got him at gunpoint.
Who is the man who can chase down police? So cool! So cool, baby. Joe Cool, we love you, Joe Cool. He's the man with the plan. Joe Cool. Who's the one that can understand? Joe Cool. He's all cool. Joe Cool. Yeah. Ain't no fool. Bounce Walker. Get him, Joe. Shot down and the sun is going down. If you wanna follow around, you're gonna see the light. It's so cool. On the front. He's gonna find somebody tonight.
Who's that man that would risk his neck for his brother? That's Joe Cool.
What you want, what you want, what you gonna do when Chevy John Brown come for you? Tell me what you wanna do, what you gonna do? Yeah, bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? When you were 8 and you had bad traits, you go to school and learn the golden rule.
It's Joe Cool. Can you dig it?
Watch this group of youths. Watch this group of youths.
They say that Cat Joe Cool's a bad mother. Shut your mouth.
Five-O flying high. There was on in that shit.
Yeah,
Pulled over on
helicopter.
the grass.
I may have to cut y'all off and go static if y'all can hear me.
We can hear you, man. Put that camera on that shit. Let us see what's happening.
Damn right.
Oh shit, battery's low too. Am I not on it? Oh, I had it facing.
There you go.
My bad.
There you go.
All right,
Turn your screen way down.
bro. I gotta go static.
Hug a buddy.
All right, we got a Talcott. No Cool just ran off. I don't know what happened. We got Talcott now.
And
moving over to Talcott.
so here the topic, dissolving the ego, and where I was going with that. The ego is where that anxiousness is, where that hopelessness is, where all the insecurities are. That is part of the ego. Because the ego, you know, its strength comes from its memories, thoughts, and opinions, right? So the ego finds its strength in what it thinks. But the spirit of you, the divine spirit, the Christ that is within you, is not only the unknown, but it is the knower. It is the knowing, and it is the known, right? So our God, the Father that Jesus spoke of, the divine intelligence that is just that. Beyond the limits of our mind, right? To try and fathom the creator of space and time. You got to change the way you look at things to see things a little differently. And by God's grace, I did, and I have, and I continue to. I continue to view this experience and wonder, how can this be happening? How can, I mean, that question could be asked in many different ways. How does the complication of nature happen? How does the consistency of time, like days and seasons, how does that happen? And then you can bring it into the other worldly immaterial things. How does Have you seen the news? Have you seen the families who have had their homes destroyed and their homelands so out of control that they have to leave? Have you seen the news? Have you seen what our governments are doing? Have you seen what our corporations are doing? How is that happening? Well, when I started to ask myself that question, I started realizing a lot of things. Number one, I had allowed myself to become deceived. I used to believe in the government. I used to believe in that fiat currency. I used to think those things were important. I used to think the credit score was so important, man. I'd lose sleep if I couldn't pay a bill on time according to the slave master's schedule. So then I started asking myself, all right, Jack, how many lies do you believe in? What do you know? What is true? What is true for you? And the reality is, then I started to really break down what my experience is. The past is done. Poof, all over. The evidence is here. I mean, the evidence of the past is now. The future, we don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. Not a clue. I mean, hell, we got professionals that really don't even know what the weather's going to be tomorrow. But so the future is just imagined, the past only a memory. So the only thing that can be known is right now. And so that's where I started practicing and teaching myself to surrender. Right? Because what I realized is this ego that I'd been carrying, this image of Jack, the thoughts and the opinions of me and the memories of the things I thought I knew. Well, that version of Jack was not as honest as I thought I was. I sure wasn't as pure as I claimed to be. But today I know my conscience, I know my mind, I know my heart, and I know how I feel each day. And it really does feel pretty divine. So where I was going with that is when I recognized that my ego, my memories were creating these emotional reactions with things that were happening. When I realized the reactions and emotions were mine, they were a result of the man I thought I was, but what I thought really didn't matter. All that mattered is what was happening right now. And the memory that's in my head right now is reading the charges against me, where I'd been waiting months and months for the Office of the Inspector General to complete their part of the investigation. So then the managers I was dealing with would speak to me. So I'd been waiting months and months to find out, was I guilty? Did I do anything wrong? Can I go on with my life? And then I got got a copy of their report, and just right in the first paragraph, I was guilty. I was supposedly guilty of, like, I think it was 4 counts of federal ethics violations, allegedly.
He masturbated in the postal uniform
According to
in
the
the truck.
investigation.
He was off the clock, but that's an
When I read that report, fucking brought me to my knees. I was a criminal. All the things I'd done, everything I'd tried to show about my integrity, about my character, I was now a criminal. I was like, what? What? And the people I knew, they didn't, I don't know what the hell they did to defend me. They sure as hell didn't do a very good job, obviously, but can't represent something you do not speak to. Christians. That was something I learned too. See, we are, each of us within us, I believe, is the image of God. The image of divinity is represented in us with each other. And there's many explanations for the things I'm saying, right? Go back to the Hindus, and it's like thousands of years of information that's available that seems pretty consistent, but it seems there's a lot of karma. As I understand, karma is reaction. So like we're reanimated, we're reacting an experience like maybe as a lifetime, and then with each other, all these different frequencies bouncing into each other, creating these ripples of effects through time. We are spiritual, eternal beings having a human experience. And if you trust your ego or the news, or, you trust those things, you might be insane. You might question the accuracy of your thoughts. Earlier I touched on, and I do have a guest. Scott, welcome, brother. I don't mean to keep putting you off, but I do want to get through some of these thoughts first. So earlier I mentioned about how we're each on our own voyage through time in this life experience, right? We all go from child to adolescent to adult to aged, whatever you want to call. We progress through time at our individual path and course. In our development, and all of this, I believe, is supported by scripture too. So where I brought up the Christians, you don't talk to God, you don't have a personal relationship with God. If you're only pretending to have a relationship by a ritual of going and sitting in a seat listening to someone else talk once a week, what I'm saying is if all you do is go to church, suggest you improve your relationship with God, because then when you're representing yourself as a Christian with these, we can all improve. We can all do a better job together. Where I was going with this is in our own developments, we go through our own individual challenges. And I believe, as spiritual beings, God does this for us. Allow us to go into different levels of darkness than other people, with similar but varying differences in the experiences. And we each get to discover our own darkness. What does darkness mean to you? What is it? Maybe something different to another. But I believe the Creator allows us to descend into our insanity. We can push God's love and God's wisdom as far away from us as we want. Because in the end, it will bring us back. So, this thought just came. There's no separation between those who you love. And I truly believe God loves us. I've been spending a lot of time imagining that. How much could God love us? What would that mean? How would we know? Duh! By the fact that we live? Holy crap, it's like right there. The fact we live is a miracle, and I bet if you're anything like me, you look back at your life with honesty, you're probably damn lucky to be alive. Or maybe you're lucky to be in the success or the abundance that you are in. and maybe others have discovered the change in experience from one with abundance to one with scarcity. Because we're all dealing with all this stuff separately, but there is no separation between us. And so if we all coexist today as one, golly geez, brothers and sisters, I'm encouraged and inspired enough to believe we can change the world. I'm hoping to find others who are willing to at least join in the fantasy for a little while. Welcome, Scott. If you're there. Excuse me. I have kind of ignored the chat, so let me come back a little bit. Unknown, you are not still blocked, as far as I believe. Hard hat, welcome, brother. Ridcock, Moose, blessings, our singer, B. Smiley, Kevin. I do not know if you were worthy of constituting the body of Christ until you are judged. I pray you never hear the words, I never knew you, from the lips of the anointed Son of Man. Tyrannicide, thank you for joining and participate. Amen. I agree. However, here's something to consider. If the Christ is here, I truly believe Christ is here. The body of Christ, the Spirit of Christ is eternal. It has been gifted and offered to us for us to accept. So I believe the body of Christ is here. The judgment of God, the God that is omnipotent, omnipresent, you know, the other things, it knows all. So all time is now. The time of judgment is when we become honest with ourselves and humble ourselves to the truth. When that happens, that's when we surrender our old ways, our old beliefs. That's the spiritual death that is, and the spiritual baptism that's supposed to occur, is that we let go of the old. Say, I've had enough. My ways did not work. And then, you know, you can, in that moment, seek the judgment of the Christ within you. And I believe that is the way. I don't know. I've honestly never had people who were interested in talking about it, I guess. I don't know. What I do know is trying to fight the ego, it's foolishness. The wise don't fight that which is unnecessary. And when we fight with each other, it's our egos. That's all it is. Because the ego is the one that's conditioned to believe that it can disagree with the facts. The ego is the one that thinks it can deny the truth. Literally, please consider these words just... The truth is God. God is the truth. Okay? So, define those two words for yourself and you'll start to see what's within you and what's around you. And I assume, well, if you follow the facts and the same logic of thinking that I have, I don't see how you could come to a different conclusion. But should those, you know, try to understand what I'm saying and not, I'm happy to discuss it. But I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, the return of Christ is us. Simple as that. So, heaven on earth is here. but there are many people still suffering. So I believe we can rise above duality when we start resonating and sharing together. Scott, what are you thinking?
What does that mean? We can rise above duality. We can, there's there's riots, fires, and mudslides. There's fucking just chaos around. So, I mean, to say that it's heaven on earth, while it could be if everybody got along, there's so much fucking feast on one side, famine on the other, violence, love, mystery, deceit, challenge, it's like an icy wall that's fucking just vertical, and you got to scale it to come to some sense of reality.
How about this, Scott? This is what I've come to accept and trust that is true. I believe the stories in the Bible and the story of Jesus, it is us. Okay, those stories are us. We're on our own unique journeys. And so just like Jesus, well, I'm not claiming I'm here to save the world, but I am here to offer encouragement for people to turn to God like Jesus was doing.
What you're trying to say is individually we each need to have our own path or follow a path and try and follow the path that he had followed, therefore making us a little better than our previous self, because our previous self is, well, not so faith-driven or so open to the reality that there is, though you can, and that's what I was going to call you. And I was going to say, it is God, it is truth. Those are two words. If you figure them out, then you'll have the answer. Well, point to God. Point to God. And
here, try to imagine where God is not. Because if you can imagine a place where God is not, you have fooled yourself.
Well, in the belly of the beast, is God there? After the beast has eaten the few left of the city, I mean, it just you get real weird if you're gonna.
Hey, brother, it can get real far out, and I understand that, but here, back to what I was saying about Jesus. We're not all perfect. We're all each on our own paths, but God allows suffering to exist so that, we are here to be the healing, to be the leaders, to be the teachers, and to share God's love with one another. That is literally why we are here. It's that simple.
Well, I've got a few things to do in the other room. I'm going to listen to you, and I'll stay on the back if you want to put me in back or whatever. But go ahead and riff about that a little bit. I'll listen to you, see what you come up with. Tell me, God's around. Where are you? Ever you point that you can't see him, then you're wrong. But you got to go back to the duality. You said to lose the duality, but as above, so below. In the front, so the back. There must be a back. Here's what I want you to realize is the most, well, I don't want to say the most important, that's a little bit out there, but an important lesson to learn is once you name something, you must define it. Okay, so remember that, and let's hear what you got to say. I'm going to be with you here. I'll talk to you shortly.
Hey, much love. Thank you, brother. Here, I'm going to throw you in the back, but if you feel willing, just give my attention. We'll see. Beautiful questions and beautiful challenges. And here, I agree somewhat with what you say. If you want to give something a name, then you should be able to define it, right? Because a word uttered without meaning is irrelevant. But the more I've read, I've spent a lot of time listening to well-respected philosophers and teachers of the past. And when I started listening to some of their thought processes on what God might be, I was like, holy shit, I was really, really underestimating. I was placing limits which were just illogical and made no sense. So I really do agree with Aaron here. God is the all in all. We are the ones that, fortunately, unfortunately, in the past, we have made God ungodly. But I truly believe it's by some divine, perfect, cosmic tapestry. All that is the result of energies and frequencies put together by some force, right? Some force of intelligence has just like allowed molecules to create bodies, and for like words to create bodies of thought, right? It's so mind-blowing, man. I'm telling you, God has blessed me. I've had the past several years without a schedule, right? I didn't have a bunch of people expecting me to help them, or I didn't have to be anywhere, or, you know, I didn't have a job, you know, no schedule. So I've had a lot of time to just spend, I spend days, like all day in silence, just, well, maybe some sounds in the background, but just thinking about God. It's like, how did my life get to this point? But then when I stop and think about that, why was my life not like this from the beginning? Why was I not raised with faith? Because I was raised by a beautiful woman trying to raise 3 kids on her own. In a world that doesn't show a lot of mercy. Sometimes forgets what compassion and generosity mean. Golly geez. See, the past, man, those memories, those thoughts, they'll bring up emotions. Those emotions, they start moving around in you, and then the chemicals start flowing in your body, and all of a sudden, holy shit, your like heart is full and your eyes start overflowing.
You're a twisted motherfucker.
My buddies used to call me a touchy-feely bitch.
A fucking insecure bitch, man.
They were right. I'm a hugger, and I do get into my emotions, and my emotions used to hold me back. They used to, golly geez, man. They used to drive me nuts, and so brothers and sisters, please, heal yourself. Know that you can heal yourself. Know that you can. You can be forgiven. You can forgive yourself. You can accept that you did a good job. That you are doing a good job. Maybe it's time to stop being so tough on yourself. Maybe it's time to stop being so tough on others. Because honestly, that's what I did for myself. It's really that simple. I stopped judging others and myself. Stopped judging others first. Started working on accepting them, however and whatever they wanted to say. And I've been challenged, man. People like to challenge me. Apparently, I don't know, praise God, man. Praise God. But
We'll figure it out, motherfucker.
I saw Moose here in the background. Welcome, brother.
Hey, Jack. How are you doing today, good sir?
I'm feeling blessed and full of inspiration.
You're looking blessed.
Well, thank you. You remember that coaching thing I was telling you about? I got
Yeah.
accepted into it right away.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, I was just looking at some of the stuff they've got. I was one of the first enrollees. So I think there's something there. And today, like I mentioned it earlier, I think I said there was 2,800 of us on that call. So that means there's 2,800 other people like me getting motivated for greater purposes of helping make our world a better place. So that's pretty damn encouraging.
That is encouraging. I'm here on behalf of Emperor Unslaved, Lord Talcott. I want to let you know that you are being restreamed. All of his resources have been given to you, sir. I believe that some penance is meant for the king, for the emperor. You are Lord Talcott, though, and so you can always turn down any requests for, we might need your presence in the unslaved realm. You know what I mean? At times. So you might be called upon when the time is right. And so those 2,800 warriors that you are working with now, we need those 2,800 warriors to work with us in Emperor Unslaved, so that we may end wars, suffering, and make people stand up for what's right and true. And that's what I'm here for tonight, Jack, to tell you to keep doing what you're doing. I know that it looks like I don't support you lately, but that's because I'm really busy. But I'm here to show you that, dude, people out here are living by the word. All right? Live without fear. Jack Talcott, you're the man. You're the Lord. You're the plan.
Much love, brother. Thank you for the praise and encouragement. It is appreciated. And if the Unslavia Kingdom, for those who may, which is doubtful, but if by chance someone is listening, not familiar with who he's talking about, proper instruction motivates people. A man by the name of Paul Enslaved. I think he and I might be like brothers cosmically or something like that. I don't know. It's some fucking bizarre situation.
We'll figure it out, motherfucker.
But you know what, brothers and sisters? Oh, where I was going with that is, if you are restreaming, praise be. Thank you, brother. And folks are welcome on the panel. Should you feel guided, be prepared to receive some encouragement, maybe some truth you might not. You know what? Whatever. We'll just flow, man. We will just flow. Come down. Get off your fucking cross. We need fucking space and have the next fool martyr. This was something I kind of thought about when I was younger. How that is what we were taught in school, right? We were literally taught, the history I was taught literally made sure that we knew that those people who stood up trying to do what was right, those people trying to bring change, we made sure to learn that they were, like taken care of. You got Jesus and Dr. King and even Lincoln and Kennedy, and it's like, and I remember thinking this stuff too. I was exposed through television when I was young. I know that's pretty common today, but at my age, really, it was just kind of coming around, man. I think we were always a little behind the times in my family. I remember through television learning about Gandhi, first of all, and his methods of peaceful demonstration against the imperialism, colonialism of Britain, I think is what it was. But regardless, I learned of the work of Gandhi, and I'd been exposed to the philosophies of Buddhism and Christianity and others. There was more. I'd been exposed to a lot of different philosophies on peace. And so then I remember sitting there in class learning about Dr. King and the civil rights struggle and then seeing the news. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this? What is wrong with these people? Why are they fighting? Why is this stuff still happening? Why didn't they take care of this before I was born? Well, holy shit, my son could say the same thing about me. And I don't like that feeling. I really don't. So, brothers and sisters, if there are any of you that are, don't like the feeling of bringing this world for our children the way that it has been, I have a lot of ideas. I'm just not sure who or where to share them. So I'm sharing them with you, actually. I'm sharing my ideas with you. Where I was going with Scott, actually, and thank you, brother. Where I was going with that idea that we live as Christ. Go through your day, man. Go through your day humbly within yourself. What can you heal within you? Where can you show yourself some mercy, anger and resentment, guilt, shame? Oh my God. Those things feel so bad. They really do. And so if you are at a point in your life where you're feeling like, this sucks, and you don't even like getting up out of bed every day, it's like, like waking up is almost a prison sentence, and you just pray and so happy to go back to sleep at night. If you can stop your worry long enough to go back to sleep. Holy shit, I remember those days. If you're feeling that way, maybe it's time for you to say, fuck it. It's time for a change. And that was one of the things that I was reminded of today in my in that coaching circle is if you want to discover your purpose, if you are in that period of uncertainty, you don't know what direction to go, you need to know where you are. Okay? So I encourage everyone, if you haven't actually stopped to think about it for a while, give yourself some, an overall assessment. How are you feeling? What is your fulfillment in the areas of health, in the areas of relationships? How about your financial and, actual physical security? And most importantly, how fulfilled are you? What's within you that, maybe you've been putting off? Maybe you've been making excuses. I'll change that later, or I'll come back to that later. Or what are those things that are still occupying space in your mind, in your life, in your what parts of your life are not bringing you joy, and what would be a better alternative? Because see, our limited minds, our ego minds, the egoic conditioning of this society, it likes to limit our choices, right? I mean, look at our political system. The choices are limited. I heard it, not to take us off on a tangent, but it's so true. When I started waking up to the corruption and nonsense, the theatrics of our politics, back in my day, I used to encourage people to vote, and I'd make the excuse, it takes the left wing and the right wing to make the eagle soar, and so we got to trust in the political system, and, you got to obey the rules. Oh man, I could wring that kid's neck. No, I'd give him a hug. Fucking poor confused kid. God, where was I going? I remember how I used to be. The political system. I saw it observed that, you know, between the Democrats and the Republicans, it's like you get a greasy cheeseburger or a friggin' pig anus hot dog, and those are your choices. Which do you want? Nasty or gross for Republican or Democrat? And I'm like, can I get a bowl of fruit? Can I get something more natural? Something that might be like health bringing rather than destructive? Can we think better? Out of, what is it, 350 million Americans supposedly? That's the best we could come up with? What are you? Hey, we've been deceived. This game is nonsense, and brothers and sisters, my life started improving for myself when I started accepting responsibility for me as a man. I abide by the rules. I abide by the hopes of others. And I do my best to fulfill expectations that are appropriately placed on me. But when I started taking ownership for Jack as a man, and I don't care what your opinions are, I know there's lots of stories about me, but when I started accepting responsibility for Jack as a man, and I rid myself of excuses and blame, right? If I wanted to be responsible, I couldn't blame some imagined person who wrote down a rule somewhere else and I chose to think that was appropriate. I can't blame a rule. I can't blame someone else. I had to start writing the rules for myself. I encourage you to do the same. That is what a sovereign being would do. One who is sovereign is that which creates the rules, perhaps administers the rules. And so if you want to claim your freedom as a child of God, as the divine being who you are, you want to claim it, own it. Own who you are. Become accountable to you, to your words, your actions. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks. You know, just because someone doesn't catch you doesn't mean that you should do what you've been doing. I know I used to make that stupid excuse with my drinking. Oh, nobody saw me, so it's okay. I'll hide it. They won't know. Fucking foolish. These excuses drive us nuts. And think about it. Seriously, think about this. It just makes sense. I cannot come up with a logical disagreement because it's logic that brings me to these conclusions. Our ego is our thoughts. It's our memories. We're like characters in our own minds. Okay? It's not necessarily real. And we are just characters and thoughts within the mind of God. Because what is a mind? A mind is a body of thoughts. It is, you know, it's not a fixed thing. It's like a force of intelligence, and we exist within a divine source of intelligence that is expressed lovingly through nature, through us, through wisdom, through love, generosity, joy, beauty, all the good things of life is what God is. Oh, wait. Hey, Kevin K., praise be. Thank you. If that's the same Diogenes I'm thinking of, the dog, thank you. When I learned of Diogenes, man, That's when I realized there were many divine messengers gifted to us, our creator. Those who don't know Diogenes, man, he's a cool philosopher from before the Christ. What has happened? Fascinating. I see Moose is back, and Moose. Are you screwing around with the access again? Are you there?
I didn't wipe my ass well.
Yeah,
They,
this
the kids in the
one.
locker room saw some evidence of skid marks. So I had to go through fucking 7th grade, I think it was, or 8th grade with that nickname. Thanks, asshole, for bringing this up.
I should have known. You know what, Moose? I should have known. I know it's in fun. I know it is in fun. However, damn it. My spirit is always wondering. I don't come to the conclusions until I see the facts or I hear the testimony or words of another. You know, things have to be admitted. I often ask for people's intentions. I often ask for people to share their intentions with me so that I might better understand and not jump to conclusions about them. Holy God, praise, man. Holy cows, praise God. God is divine, man. One of the messages I took away today from that coaching, you know, I don't know what I don't know, but I only know my experience. And if you're working hard, you're physically, you know, work is hard and surviving is tough, you're doing it wrong. Spirit.
That wasn't me, Jack. You took my access away.
I know. But you know what?
But that wasn't me.
No, here. Hey, credit to you. I know you've got knowledge in computers and I don't know. And so I was like, fuck, maybe he really knows some shit. And, you know?
No, I promised you. I told you I wouldn't fuck with you anymore. And I didn't. I mean, I might have fun in the stream with you.
No,
but
yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up because I didn't want you to think that was me fucking with you.
No, I got it figured out. Hey, and we should please consider, let's find a time for us to talk again, if you can.
You got it. Yeah. I'll hit you up soon, brother. Hey, you were on a flow right there going, and then all of a sudden I saw that thing pop up. So I want to let you get back into your flow, and I want to apologize for that shit and I just wanted to be clear, it wasn't me. I'm here to support you, not detract from you.
Blessings. I see that. Thank you, brother. And I can't remember what my flow was about, but I do appreciate it. And tonight I'm feeling the flow. I'm feeling inspired. And actually, I'm inviting people to please join with me. Join in this fantasy that Jack is living. That life can be simple. That we actually don't have to worry as much. We don't have to remember as much. We don't have to do a lot of things that we've been taught we do. Actually, this is a perfect segue. And thank you, Moose. I mean, we'll bring this back into something I wanted to get into. I said we would. Identifying the symptoms of the ego. Kind of challenging these thoughts right now myself, but I would say the ego is the part that's within you that is not you. Your entire experience, your entire life is lived within your body. Okay? You don't know what it feels like outside of your body, right? You don't know what it feels like to be a different being. You only know you. So your entire life is experienced within your body. Your body, therefore, by logic, is the creator and that which allows your experience. So what if, hey, it's right in front of my eyes. Holy cows, my body is God. I'm not. I'm just like a perception of the all that is. But what if my body is God to me? Nobody else. Nobody else, because this is my experience and my universe is within me. So my body is one of the things I worship. I give it attention and care and massage. Lots and lots of massage, man. So the other part though too is the all that is God. So everything external is God as well. But so I know I'm kind of bouncing around here a little bit, but back to the idea that God is within you and around you. There is no separation between. So the only separation that exists between the past and the future is our thoughts. The only thing that keeps us separated from God is our thoughts. The only thing that really keeps us from peace and contentment is our thoughts. So I'm going to tie in a couple of things here at the same time. So bear with me and thank you if you've been following along. One of the other concepts I thought about too is the definition of perfection. Many of us are real hard on ourselves. You know, we've got these standards that maybe they're not realistic for us. You know, I know I used to do that. I used to put standards for myself that I didn't have the experience to be able to meet that. I expected perfection. But so then in my path, when I started focusing on not judging others, and when I stopped judging myself, I tried to stay curious. That way I could understand instead of judge. Damn, I was bringing that up for a reason. Oh, perfection. Define perfection. Perfection is in the eye of the beholder. Perfection is maybe from the experience, but perfection is that which needs nothing more nor less. So we go through our lives changing through different states, different environments, different actions. We go through our lives at different states. And yes, we have all committed sins. I think that's probably I'm pretty comfortable saying that probably everyone has, you know, done something maybe questionable, less than moral, less than kind, less than generous, less than life-bringing, you know. I think each of us have done our things. But I truly believe the message from God in the example of Jesus and the teachings was our God is a loving God and that forgiveness is available. And so the only reason we have so much chaos today is because people are bringing dirt and baggage and pain and hate from the past collectively in the wars and the oppression and people in prisons. It's stuff from the past being brought into today, and it's just ugliness. It's unnecessary. But if we can settle ourselves, this is where the meditation comes in too. You settle yourself in yourself as yourself now. And if you can settle into yourself as yourself right now, if you're honest, do you really need anything more? Do you need anything less? Could you be perfect right now? Imperfectly, in comparison to some things, better in comparison to others. But if you can accept that perfection is, if God is all that there is perfection. Now, our opportunity while we're here on earth, so I believe, is to follow the example of the Christed one, in that we are here to share the blessings we are able, share the love, share the healing. And I've been saying this in other streams, brothers and sisters, a message to the Christians, if we want to call ourselves followers of Christ, should that not be seen in our deeds? Shouldn't we be out there serving one another, sharing the praise of our Creator? Should we not be? We could be doing more, brothers and sisters. Imam Vance, welcome, brother. I love you, Paul. Thank you.
I thought he was just playing a replay of Jack's show. I didn't know that was live music.
No, it was a clear attempt. Well, in my opinion, it was a clear attempt to provoke, to bring forth the trigger.
How'd you do?
Well, Paul was just sharing. He believes I passed.
Colors, okay, and I probably shouldn't have done that because I did take it upon myself to use the keys in a fashion that probably was not wanted. But I thought it was needed, and the man was tested, and he passed with flying colors. He fucking got off track for a second, said, oh, well, here's another jerk off playing games. What else is new? Moved right past it, got right back to his flow, and I'm proud of this man, okay?
That's what I left you guys. I caught when I left you guys right here.
You better stay away from those white people. I keep trying to tell you, you're in their face with cameras. They're just waiting to kill African Americans, but you don't want to listen to me, Jack. Talk to this guy.
Hey, hold on. I'm going to mute you for just a second, unless there's something we need to hear.
No. I'm just showing.
Oops. Sorry. Oh, it was just short. I wanted to get to what Paul was saying. I didn't know if I don't know where you're at or what was going on.
Wait, where am I at? And fucking, whose room is this?
Yeah, see?
He doesn't even know where he is.
Well, hey, what helped me pass that, honestly, is I've seen you more clearly as well. So, God bless. Thank you.
And I've turned I turned myself now from Moose into John Vance. And not only that, I've made John Vance an imam. He's now an Islamic priest. Holy Islamic priest.
I saw that. This was a beautiful twist, but I did think that might be a beautiful synchronicity too. My call to the Christians and then have the Muslim guy show up. So, but Hey, no bullshit, guys. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I am convinced. We've all been doing things wrong. And life is actually a lot more simple than we allow ourselves. I've seen some of you guys, some of you are living pretty simple lives. It seems you kind of flow with what goes, and that is what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, most is really simple. Joe, go ahead.
Well, the thing is, here, I was inspired today too. This idea, the goal I'm encouraging, right, is try to dissolve the ego. Try, if you can dissolve the past of you and just start focusing on what you can do, what you might be able to accomplish, what you could learn how to do, who knows. But if you can bring it to the forward, you can find your purpose. And the purpose is found when you first discover yourself. You do that hard inventory of where you're at, what you know. But then, what is your passion? What do you love doing? What do people enjoy you doing with you or supporting you doing?
That's dope.
And what are the things in your life that you have practiced, that you have a skill and a talent above others? So if you've got a passion and something you've already got some talent in, well, then you can just start, I don't know, finding ways to share it. I wrote down results, and I don't remember what that was.
But you said what you got that other people see and don't mind supporting you with. That is dope. I think of some chicks of friends of mine that make little knickknacks and stained glass baskets and all sorts of crazy shit.
Hey, that's an obvious truth, and it's an old adage too. If you love what you do, you'll never work a day again. I mean, how do you figure out what you want to do? How do you figure out what you love to do?
This is work. This is technically what I am doing is work. I would rather be no fucking where else. I'm having a blast every day. I put in 12 or 15 hours. Yes, and I enjoy it. When editing, I love fucking editing. The juices get to flowing. I smoke some weed. I love it.
You just get kind of lost into the creation, and
yes,
I love it, man.
Creative. Fuck yeah.
Well, and you know what? I don't think I knew any people like that. If I did know people like that, I didn't know that's how they were living, because I was working and surrounded by the slave mindset. We had schedules to follow and all this shit. If you can believe there is a way
wait. Ain't nothing wrong with schedules, now. Let's not throw out schedules. Schedules are cool. The helicopter's still up. They're chasing the guy with 3 stolen cars. One guy's hiding in the bushes. That's what that's the helicopter. I don't know if you can hear it or not. It's still up.
Is that a new one?
You talking to me?
I'm sorry. No, Wizard was showing some stuff when you were talking. Sorry. I'm not sure. You're muted, brother. I'm assuming that's the new.
Let me see.
Yeah, that's the new one. And this is my next one.
Wait a minute. He into the bikes?
Yeah.
What did I see there? He's making them? Wait a minute. These motorcycles are that look like some type of trike, so that must gonna have an engine. I thought I saw a BMW style or something right there up against the wall.
Wait. So you got the engine put on that one, Wizard? Is that what we're seeing?
Okay, that's a real bike.
Yeah. Yeah. Here, let me put. Whoops. I'm trying to figure out how to bring you up again. Oh, that's how. Okay, so now you're going to start on the trike then, too. Those are pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
Those are cool projects.
Talented, fuck you.
You know,
I have to stop, Joe. It's so busy out here.
I was actually hoping to see Timmy.
Are you breaking up, man?
I am.
You back? No, Wizard. He's back.
Oh. I actually, I don't remember whose advice it was. Maybe it was you, Scott. I actually, I saw the encouragement to Timmy to share some of the things he's been learning. You know, not to use him as an example, but it's something I think I've done in my past, and I know many people do. It's back to these standards we place on ourselves, right? We won't want to move forward unless it's perfect.
Oh yeah, I can need a new computer before I can do what I want to do. I need this new editing program, or else as soon as I get this, I'm gonna.
Amen. See, those excuses, those friggin' excuses will hold us back. And we can, our minds, the ego, it's friggin' creative. It wants to
Yeah, it wants to make itself known. It loves, it bathes in that shit. It's gonna direct and steer us in that direction to be out there and crush people and be the man.
Well, and it'll want us to stay quote unquote safe and comfortable. And so then we create those prisons of comfort zones.
Meaning,
We're-
let's say, yeah, where you get popular at, that's where you want to stay at. You can't explore other shit, blah, blah, blah. Is that where you're going?
Well, my comfort zone was the security of the federal job and that regular schedule, regular paycheck.
Yeah.
You know, for a guy who didn't go to college, I was pretty happy about my income. I was doing damn well, man.
Hey, wait, this is, sorry, and don't answer this question if you don't want to. When you left your wife, you and your wife had problems with about the same time you lost your job? Because that would just crush me.
No. Her and I were done by, her and I were done by 2006, but I used that as my excuse to go deeper into my drinking.
Yeah.
And
addicts do.
no, the job, see, this is the funny, I mean, it really is, especially when I start succeeding. I tell you what, my life is a funny fucking story. It really is. Because it was after I got sober, after I started trying to do more for others. That's when I lost my family, my job, and all of this other stuff. So, holy shit. In an indirect way, I turned into one of those stories already, and I haven't accomplished anything yet. But I've been punished for trying to do good. And I think that happens to many of us. But why not? If God wants us to be
back up,
called,
rewind. Are you telling me that you lost all these things, or some of these things? You tell me where I'm wrong and what you lost: your house, your family, your friendships, your car, your job, blah blah blah, all because you were trying to do good. Is that what you just stated?
I know my intentions. Yes, I tried to hey, Joe, seriously, I did everything I could think of within reason. I did everything I could think of to comply with the orders they gave me. But due to economic situations, lack of cooperation, at one point, I mean, it did get to dude, I've been through an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, but to think that all of these things occurred just because I was trying to do good, that is scary. A likelihood of that is very fucking small.
You're right. You're absolutely right. But again, there's many innocent people locked away in prison. You know this. Locked in
niggas hit the lottery.
themselves.
But you know, I'm a guy who, you know, and I'm gonna go with the generalities. I'm not gonna assume the fucking 1%. I'm gonna assume that you've deluded yourself into thinking that, you know, I try to do good and this is what it gets me. That's I got a friend who does that shit all the
All
time.
right.
It drives me nuts.
Hey, Joe. Okay. So I understand the story does sound unbelievable, but it really came down to that's where my faith came from, is because the story became so unbelievable. I was like, there's no other answer. There is no other answer other than divine forces. And I didn't see evil. I definitely didn't see real evil
I hope I
coming
get
at
to
me.
know you for a long time, because we'll get to this and you'll come around because you're a smart fuck and you're chasing the right people and the right shit. And you're going to be like, you guys remember, you know, you know, I wasn't taking responsibility. I was saying I tried to do good and all these things just happened around me. You know, I've come to realize that, of course, I played a role in my own life. I'll be like, Jack, remember that conversation we had way back then? Remember what we talked about?
Actually, Joe, I honestly believe conversation, maybe not here, maybe not with you, but conversations will be had with me in the future where it's, holy shit, how did I not understand?
Yes, we all
How
have
did I
those.
not see what you were saying?
We are.
Because serious, Joe, if this is real, right? If there's something divine in this, then this is an incredible opportunity.
Yeah. So wait, and
But
this,
hey,
so we know what this is. Because once I thought life, and then I thought what you were talking about, your endeavor or something. So what? And if there's something real in
oh,
this, what is this?
good
Jack wants to
question.
be famous. Is that what you're talking
I'll
about,
say,
Jack?
no, I don't want fame, but I already accept that will be part of the future should I succeed. But hey, Joe, to answer you, both. Not only just take me out of the picture, just receive the words, whoever's listening. Life, man, it's an incredible opportunity. Don't overlook it. Don't fucking take it for granted. Appreciate it. So, but the other side of that too is me, Joe, because back to the crazy claims. Well, what is a crime? It would be committing harm against another.
I agree.
I harmed no one. There was no property loss, no damages. There were no victims beyond me, honestly. And I don't look at myself as a victim. I
Gotta
just look at
know.
myself as a participant.
If I'm the nosy friend and I knew you guys, you gotta know that I'd be thinking, and I'm already thinking, if I asked 13 of the other people involved, would they all say Jack harmed no one, he did no wrong? They'd all be like, he's a lousy fuck, Joe, you ain't gonna believe what he did. So it's likely that you know, I gotta take your shit through those colored goggles as I'm listening to what you're saying.
True,
Again, you
Joe.
ask something that's long odds. I heard
Yep.
no one and all of these things. It's feasible.
Well,
Job got a good story about it in the Bible.
okay, but amen. And actually, that's what I've been trying to explain to many people, especially my friends who were blaming me. I was like, guys, look at Job. Look at the story of Job. This is what I'm dealing with right now. So I didn't really have as much faith coming into this as Job apparently did. My faith came through surrender. And so Joe, here it is. What is? Let me present the plausibility, okay? Because this is what I say happened. There was a labor dispute with me and the Postal Service that went on for 3 years.
Yeah.
My union reps and the employer refused to speak with me.
Yeah, after it went on for 3 years, undoubtedly you both cast stones. They didn't go.
No, Joe. They had conversations about me, but I was not part of anything. And as a matter of fact, my union reps refused to speak with me. There is no way you can properly represent someone you avoid. Right?
Yeah.
So these people, they took their positions of quote unquote authority, and then they got into their egoic heads and imagined all this nonsense. And so, Joe, I actually believe if given a second chance, given the opportunity to have a conversation, I can present myself very calmly, very lovingly as I've improved. No one has given me a chance. This is what's hilarious.
What's hilarious is that you think if I have a chance with these cats and I speak to them eloquently enough, I will restore what once was. That's what's insane.
It is.
How is that insane to you, Joe? I mean, let's bring it into context, because the flip side of this is what I see. I find it quite insane that I've been coming on here 7 days a week since the beginning of the year, pretty much, talking about, goals of peace. I'm talking about love and trying to encourage improvement and inspiration. And it blows my mind that so far in all of my efforts, people can't imagine that I might be an asset to a 20-year-old kid, that maybe my son's life could improve if
you think that all of this you went through, people are actually thinking you may not be an asset in your son's life. Okay, I'm with you so far.
I don't understand.
I thought that's what you were saying. I was just trying to restate. I want to stay with what you're saying here. You've been
based on the fact that there's been no real efforts made, and for several years, there's been, even the people I've paid, there's been no real efforts to try and have a conversation with a young man and encourage him. Say, hey, you're a young man and coming out in the world, it might be better to have the support and care of another human being. Your dad seems like a decent guy. Don't know him a lot, but
he seems decent enough. Why would you hang your hat on that shit? If it happens, it happens. Why would you hang your hat on that something that wild? If it happens, it happens. Someone will come along, someone will help you out, but you can't hang your hat and be like, whoa, if only that thing occurred, then everything would be okay.
Right.
Insanity.
Joe,
find a fucking way around it. Let that shit go.
Joe. All right, Joe, fine. Screw my son. That'll happen when it happens. Now, what about those who are by contract, those people in the union who failed to do their jobs, who I've been trying to communicate with? I mean, there was just another union meeting on Saturday. I didn't go because I had no witness. And once again, I'm not going to go in where people want to fucking fight with me. So there's something greater than.
I didn't get that.
Hey, Joe, your disbelief is fine, but
they didn't even give me the opportunity.
Yeah, they haven't given me the opportunity.
It's disbelief. Yes, I don't know if it's disbelief. I believe what you're saying, but it sounds crazy as hell. Here, I'll give you an analogy, and it's going to sound a little weird. But if I said, you know what, I wanted to cross the bridge, I could gather enough thread from this rare flower, build a rope, and cross the bridge. And just say that's it. Only if no one gave me a chance, the flower didn't grow properly. No, you find 20 other ways to cross the bridge. You know what you do? None of them require other people. All of them require you. None of them require other people. You find 20 other ways that you do a thing.
Hey, Joe, I'm not seeing any relevance between what you're getting passionately describing and. Here, let me address this comment, though. I understand the contradictions that may be perceived. I understand perceptions. And I don't know if this is made in sarcasm or not, but I think it's something I said. My life completely changed the day I accepted responsibility for everything in my life. Maybe that's your testimony, Colto GL. I don't know. I testify to those words. I have accepted responsibility for everything I've done, everything people believed. I mean, especially in my life, I I'm responsible for all of that. But
you just recognize you're responsible. You still don't think in
no,
your head that
Joe,
you bear no responsibility.
Joe, how do I've offered apologies, I've offered amends. These people are fucking insane.
Joe, hang on. Let me feel this for a minute here. Listen, should these people be watching you and they hear you say that, and the next thing you do, you show up at a union meeting, you're lucky you don't get 2 black eyes. Okay, just because
right.
the approach.
Yep. I know. Hey, God bless.
You should have let him get out. What the fuck was that? I didn't even hear him. What the fuck?
I didn't do
I'm
that.
here. I don't know who took off.
I thought you said.
So
I thought you kicked Scott. Was like, all right, I'm tired of it.
Actually, you know what, Scott? Yeah, I've heard how you talk about me when you're not on my panel. I heard you talking shit about me last night, and I'm seeing you continue to bring your doubt and disrespect to me again, Scott. So you feel free. You can go listen from afar.
Hey Jack, let me go out on a limb here.
Here, if you're not sure, do you?
I mean, your approach.
I said you have spoken disrespectfully in negative fashion. You know, respectfully can be. You've painted me out very poorly from your opinion.
That's not my intention.
Fighting with Paul last night afterwards. Yes, you most certainly have.
If I'm siding with the truth, does that mean I'm siding with Paul?
Hey, Scott, this is the problem. I am in these panels are full of confused people. Those people who, Scott,
let him go, Scott.
Those people who believe in delusions are what I identify as insane. A delusion is the belief in something that's not true. We have witnessed Wizard blaming me for his anger for months and months.
Blaming you for his anger. Okay.
Yes. His blame is false, right? So I've sat here.
He cannot blame you for his anger. That he would be wrong.
Correct. I've pointed out to him repeatedly first he wants to argue and say he doesn't have anger. And then he wants to make excuses and say anger is justified, but he doesn't bring it into the context. He just makes excuses. So here's what I'm saying. The ego mind is insane. So given the opportunity, Scott, my friends and those who I care about would not be called insane. I'd much rather than face everyone's disbelief about if I'm worthy of I don't know. You know, let's get back onto the different topics.
No, let's not. First, let me say this. I want to give my opinion. I'm going out of this. I bear some risks with saying this. I think that Scott, and I don't do the choose side things. I honestly think that Scott is right here. He is giving his opinion of you. If he's calling you names and shit, I'm not taking that into consideration. But if he's saying he thinks you're going about a thing wrong, and you think it's reason to take offense, I think you're in the wrong. If that's all he is merely doing.
Right. Everyone's got opinions about what I'm doing wrong, and nobody wants to bring any specificity, nor do they want to bring any, hey, let's do this.
Ask him for specificity. Ask Scott for specificity. What does he think you're doing wrong?
It's the same bullshit. Okay. Want to use the disbelief of the UN as an excuse. Well, the UN, my goals of the UN are irrelevant to me speaking to my son, are irrelevant to me speaking to other people from my past. My goals of the UN are relevant to maybe trying to find some other connections here on YouTube, maybe doing some introductions or some promotion, but this nonsense of what I've witnessed, Paul as well, fucking breaks my heart sometimes. The disrespect that people offer me repeatedly.
Yeah.
So
I didn't see him disrespecting you, but you guys have a history I'm unaware of, blah, 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 blah. But he was just arguing points as far as I saw.
Right.
And I think you're
His
interpreting as
ego.
disrespect. That's the second part of my statement that I should have said. I
Well,
think you interpret some things
I
as
do.
disrespect that are not.
I do, because I offer explanations.
Yeah.
People don't talk about my words I say. They want to, like Wizard says, he find one little thing where he can twist my words, and then he'll want to call me a fucking liar for
Now
months.
that's nefarious. If he's intentionally twisting
Yes.
your word, that's nefarious. Yeah.
Thank you. It's been happening for months. And so, Scott, God bless you, man. What I've seen from you is the same thing. You're so unwilling to be critical and honest about the nonsense that Wizard often offers. He does have a lot of wisdom. Same with Paul. They both have a lot of wisdom, but their egos,
Get them
their
to
egos
attack
are
you
insane.
and use
Sorry,
their
Joe.
shit and use their shit in a bad way. You use their egos, make them use their shit in bad ways to tease you or tear you apart or something.
Jack, you've obviously taken me wrong then, because I never blamed my anger on you. In fact, I purported that it wasn't anger; it was just passionate expression. In that, if that's the way it came across, I certainly do repent and apologize. I never meant that, because I accept my anger for my own actions. Like I've said before, I accept my actions in entering all that data element into the record. That's my fault. Same with all of my emotions throughout my life. And I've explained that I understand that the enumeration at birth under a doctor's Hippocratical oath to Apollo and the Greek gods is a semblance of putting somebody together according to their emotions, rather than the Christian spirit of putting a man together by his spirit. This is all I meant. I never meant to say that you were the cause of any anger in me. You didn't enter my life until long after all the anger and resolve in my life. In fact, it was just yesterday, Mother's Day, a resolve came between me and my mother.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a matter of me trying to implore that my emotions are an effect from somebody else. That's my own. That's what I own. So if I did that, I certainly apologize, but I think I firmly expressed that it was just a passionate expression of how I was feeling at the time when I relate stories. As far as you and your word choice, that again, that's just the differences between us. Now, the differences that I show are because of the etymology that I see in the word, and that's it. That's why I say it's a lie. If you allow a lie, it's the same thing as lying. So it's not that. So it's not.
I'll let Jack get in here somewhere.
So it's not necessarily that you were lying. I agree to that.
So will you here's what I'm seeing. God bless you. I love you, brother. And the words you're sharing, most are truthful, but you were clearly angry. You are in denial today about your past behavior.
He is
you
standing fast on that. You were definitely angry. He is standing fast.
Yeah, and that's not the present tense. The anger is always from my past experience.
But Wizard, right here, rather than accept that you were angry, you defended yourself, made
He changed the meaning. He said it was passionately so-and-so, not angry. He kind of redefined it. I immediately thought that is his definition of anger. He was mad. I immediately jumped there.
Well, then I urge you to get back to the origins of the words again.
Hey, actually, Wizard, please understand. I encourage you deeply. Look at your own behavior with me. We've had experiences where both of our emotions have been triggered. Okay. But brother, your anger, we each and every one of us need to rid the anger from ourselves. And that comes from...
He's doing it. He's telling you he's doing it. He's doing it right now as we're on panel. He is definitely ridding anger. He's been working on it from what the conversation he's having. He's in the process of that.
Sure, but I understand how the mind works and how truth must be admitted, must be accepted, and must be appreciated. And that's the thing. Wizard, here's a tip, something I learned for myself. When I became triggered with the stuff that was happening, the lack of control I had, and saw in me everyone making fun of me, what I realized is I'm grateful. I didn't realize that I was that easily influenced by what other people did. So I became grateful for the fact that God allowed me, not you guys. You guys were just tools for the experience. That way there's no blame on you. I just get to share my appreciation.
Right. Well, let me explain it to you this way then. Because like when I'm out working on the bike stuff, sometimes I might mash my knuckles or something and I get pissed. I get angry. But I'm not angry at anybody or any specific thing except myself. And in this platform, the only reason I get angry isn't I don't get angry at you. I get angry at myself because I can't express myself in a way that you comprehend me. And this is the perfect thing about dissolving ego and chats with Jack and thinking in a new way, thinking for yourself rather than somebody else. It's the same thing with that I'm portraying on the anger thing. I'm not putting my anger on anybody else. The anger is for myself.
I think there have been times when you've jumped on me and I thought that you were angry at me. You know, early on, you know, I would have interpreted, I still interpreted. He was mad at me, and we've been in physical proximity of each other, dude, with a swung. He was mad at me, not at himself.
No, that's not. See, people take it wrong. If I'm the one trying to express myself and I can't get it across, it's because I can't express myself so you can comprehend it. It's like a foreign language, and it's hard to. And that's why I urge everybody to get back to the origins, because that will help each other comprehend what we're saying together.
Hey, brother, actually, thank you. Wizard, you're absolutely right. And for those who are listening, this is actually, in my opinion, this is a brilliant and beautiful conversation we're having. Because here we are, adult men discussing communication and methods of resolve. So thank you. What Wizard said is absolutely true. I know it was true for me. My anger, it came from when because I didn't know how to express myself without the anger. I didn't know the right words to use because the feelings had never been identified. And I honestly think this shit happens to us when we're children, that whatever age, what's that?
That we develop certain patterns and they become our reflexive response to shit from the time we were children.
Yes, we never learn, especially when that's what it is. When our emotional connection is broken between the guardians, our parents, whoever's caring for us, when that trust and connection is not there, we're left alone, right? We got to figure this shit out. And sometimes the experience is so bad that our mind will learn how to disassociate us just so we can fucking survive. And there's people who've been through some shit, man.
Some shit. My old man couldn't stand me. My mom kicked me out the house for selling drugs at least 3 different times, man. I've been had to sleep in the car.
And don't none of us like you.
That's exactly
nobody on the internet likes me.
That's exactly how I felt at 5 years of age when I was put in foster homes. I felt very alienated, and to this day, I remember distinctly not trusting anyone.
Do you think
that you ain't my daddy? I've been saying that all my life. You ain't my daddy.
Wizard, that had to have been tough, and it had to have been pretty damn scary, I'm sure. But made you into a tough fucking man. There's no doubt about that. But here's what can happen when we spend a lifetime, you know, especially starting a lifetime with those patterns of insecurity. Every day you wake up, it's the same shit. You're like, I still don't have anyone to turn to, and you're still in this little hell. You're helpless. And it's really easy to carry those insecurities that kept us safe into our adult lives, and then live a life of reaction and, you know.
Well, what you were just saying, you were just saying that we don't have anyone to turn to. I was just trying in my head, trying to quickly come up with what would be the result of a kid, a young kid in the foster home, as Wizard is saying, has no one to turn to later on in life. What are the ramifications of that?
Introverted and
Introvert.
not especially able to accept people for who they are at face value,
So
because the
that's
opposite
logical.
the opposite is going to be true. You see them for who they could be, because everybody you've seen has been someone that you expected them not to be.
Yeah.
You thought they were going to be my family. That's not my family. They're not taking me in. There's another kid there. That's their family. You're going to get second fucking booking. Everything's, you know, if you're left alone like that early on, trust is the hugest issue ever.
Well, not only that, but your own responsibility. You
That's
start
the
taking
most
on your
important.
own responsibilities.
Yeah.
That's self-preservation.
Yeah, you actually learn to steal out of self-preservation.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking you also, to some degree, you learn to rely on yourself. It may be pushed by self-preservation to some degree, but
It's
you
lack of
learn.
choice.
No, I'm not talking about stealing bread. I'm talking about you learn not to be like that person is.
He's never going to have, in the
True.
situation in the foster system, he's never going to have what the next kid in school has ever. And he's always going to be looked down on. So the next thing that's going to happen is, if he has a chance to take the pair of shoes, if he has a chance, that the kids are always going to get in trouble for it, because if they don't come up, they're always left out and left behind. So when they have nobody to rely on, the self-reliance becomes paramount.
Yes, I'm taking it a step further. I'm saying not just self-reliant shit like eating and getting enough clothes to wear. I am talking about he starts to make moral decisions because he's bad in that fucked up situation. No one to turn to. He must turn to himself, and he finds that, hey, I'm a strong man. I know that the other kids would do this, so and so, and do that. You know, I don't think it's right. I wouldn't like it done to me,
But
because
he's
in that.
in a world of vipers. He's in a world of
I am in
rattlesnakes.
the world of vipers. I
Well,
manage.
No, it's a little different as a child. You're talking about the system he's brought up, and they don't give a fuck about him because he's just a paycheck. They're all
Hey,
getting
Scott.
money. They're all getting paid.
So you're saying that
Good.
none of them can be optimistic like that. They're all doomed to be fucking pessimists and, and never trust.
No. I've
not
been
at
had
all.
firsthand information. I've seen it firsthand, and
Well-
I don't think it's ubiquitous. It's 100% this way. There are good people out there, but some people, their story is not uncommon.
Right here, guys, this is partly why I'm so focused on what I'm focused on. This society profits from trauma. Now, trauma goes undiagnosed and unhealed because it's enabled due to friggin' miseducated professionals and due to lack of standards in our communities and our homes. The childhoods of many have been unacceptable. And the thing is it's real easy to lose faith and lose hope and to make this world into something that it's really not. Our egos will create a life in friggin' hell if we allow them, for
That's what's
ourselves
happened. That's where
and
we
each
are
other.
now. That's where we are now. That is what has happened. And we can't release ourselves mostly because of that ego.
Well, here, this will bring to the point I meant to get to a long time ago. The ego is the thoughts, the opinions, it's the activity of the mind. So, in a meditative state, that allow yourself, when you've realized, just allow yourself to realize, observe that when you're sitting still, when there's no thoughts, there's no sin. Your mere being is not a sin, it is a gift. You are here to shine the light of love, the spirit of creation. We are here to be the living truth, to live so that the Christed Spirit may live through us, as us, with us.
Look like they got the fucking drone up now, and the helicopter's still up. Are they still looking for these people? Yeah, they got a fucking drone on right here and the helicopter.
Hey, Scott.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you. I hope you know that. I don't get irritated by the criticism, by the offers, but I asked this earlier. I mean, this is my prayer. I feel like God has blessed me. The surroundings of my day-to-day life, you know, you could argue quite convincingly the other way, but would someone play along? Please pretend like we can, you know.
Jack, you got 6 people, including yourself, more people in the chat talking to you. So, I mean, at some level, people believe that there's something to be gleaned from here.
That's clear and obvious. I'm going to start trolling you every time you say that because you love to repeat that. Well, why is no one helping me and blah, blah. And I got accused of being sensitive.
Over here?
Yeah, I got accused of being sensitive. It must be in you, Joe, if you perceive that thing. But you always bringing it up like you really, I'm starting to think you really start to believe no one fucking helped you, no one supports you.
How about this? Rather than get insulted or offended by the way I present my
I don't know if it's insulted or offended. I think I'm just stating a fact.
I understand. Now, again, you can always present facts that show the other way, but just allow some truth to be in what I say. Holy shit. Okay?
There is, Jack. There is, but I think...
Well, okay, so let me get to the point then. If I'm blessed, then there's incredible opportunities that are available that so far none have trusted me enough to try and see if we can succeed. I mean, I want to be pointed to as a failure for my lack of results, yet I maintain I've not yet been given a chance.
Why don't you just kind of carry on doing what you're doing and try and formulate a plan, create effort?
Okay, so again, Scott.
Nobody does it for
Scott,
you.
Right. I'm not asking people to do
Wait. He
for
was
me.
saying the right shit and you put him down. Did you? Did you put Scott down?
Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it.
Right. I mean, I did for a reason, Joe. I'm sorry my choices again create your reactions, but I'm happy to explain myself. And if you don't want to assume the worst, there was a reason. Because again, what we were witnessing here, Jack, here's my advice. Go do this. There's no actual explanation. Doing this will result in this, or here's why I think you should do this instead of what you're actually offering. Because really, no one's really explored what I'm offering to a depth of any, you know, I've been faced with excuses and disbelief and blame and all sorts of shit, but I don't care. I'm not complaining. Praise God. We're all here today. And the purpose of this channel, the purpose of Live Without Fear is, well, today I joined another community of coaches beyond just the 5-6 people who are up here. Other people who do have the drive of encouraging and actually changing the world, you know. So I'm going to find people to work with me who want to be a part of, rather than just say, I mean, here, imagine in the future, Scott, okay, I'm going to go follow your advice, write everything down and do, you know, actually, let me not dismiss you, Scott. God bless. You've offered a lot of creativity.
It was pretty quick to dismiss me.
Well, hey, Scott.
I didn't even get to explain what I was going to say.
Do you have what you believe where it would be valuable? I mean,
carry that thought on from what I was cut off rudely.
Tell you what, yeah, please, Scott, please forgive my interruption. If you're able, if you remember where you were going, please take us back.
It's not gonna last.
I said you have a group of people. You're looking for people to help you and looking for the answers, and they're right here around you. You got smart people, but nobody has all the pieces of the puzzle themselves. We're all individuals, and I think that a lot of people are here. And they look to you, and you're constantly going. You know, your first reaction after I was kicked to the back was, "Nobody's listening to me." Well, I mean, if anybody had that same opinion of you that you're not listening to me, would you hear them? Now, just with that question, let's move past that part of it.
Hey, good point, Scott, because that's exactly what you've accused me of, is not listening. So it's interesting that you bring that up as a likely excuse for you not to listen to me. Thank you.
I've been listening very closely and intently for an hour plus.
Well,
okay? So now
Jack, may I, Jack? You know, that was one of the things that piqued my interest when I first met you. You know, there's no one else in this world that I know of that wants to go to the UN. You know, that's a unique thing that very few people in history have converged upon, that concept of going to the grandest authority and basically telling them to fuck off in peaceful terms. You know, and that's what piqued my interest about you. I just don't see myself going to the UN with you yet, because you don't have the acquired knowledge that I have. So I want to bring that to the table so you can see what perspective I'm coming at. So maybe we can meet somewhere in the middle. But that was dismissed totally, and not just by me, but by you as well, on both sides. We both dismissed each other, and I think that's a problem. When people come together with a unique thing, a unique concept that many people don't even come across, I think it's important to at least compound that to see if it is viable. And like I said, it's very few people over history that have done that. One of them was Jesus.
Amen, brother.
Touche.
Wizard, I agree with everything you just said. I agree with most things you say, to be honest. Okay. But especially where my agreement is we missed an opportunity in the past to come together and join in the middle. Every day I'm seeing changes, and I appreciate and respect. And please, God, I recognize the support, and I'm sorry. I want to get back to you, Scott. You were interrupted. I do recognize and appreciate what's going on here and all the support and encouragement that people have been generous about. My prayer to God every day is for fellowship. Look what I got to do to get fellowship. And then if I do this, well, then much of my time is actually, to be honest, sitting here listening to other people talk. I mean, I can do that on my own with the TV. I don't need to do this.
Jack, that's dismissing us all, unfortunately. That
Well,
really is.
Please consider that there's some truth to my words, that
You wanna
much of
listen
the
to
time.
bullshit, I mean, that's some bullshit you'll get on TV unless you're going for some educational stuff. If you go to YouTube and try
Well.
and search out some of this content, their very own content, your very
Okay.
own content rolls out some heady shit. If
Yes.
you're going to deny that, that's a stupid fucking thing to do.
What'd you say though, Jack? I missed it. Much of the time, what?
Much of the time, I'm sitting here with people talking about me or at me. It's like I'll try saying something, someone will interrupt, and then someone else will bounce off that, and then someone else will get a thought from that. And then what the accusations and claims against me are just mounting up. And I'm just like, holy shit, okay, well, I guess this is another day for Jack.
Well,
that's what I was talking about. It's just
I'll let Scott take it. He seemed like he was on a good track there. I like where Scott was going. Maybe goals, Jack. How about goals? Like,
well, that's
like for the next 2 weeks, make 10 calls, and maybe change the stream time. And I'm not, saying that you should do it exactly the way I'm presenting it, but maybe this will like inspire something that then will spiral off and you'll say, oh, I could incorporate that. But if every day you do a live stream where you call the UN or you call a particular political official or representative of sorts. Not that we want to be represented, but it seems like you want to have those conversations. So, you know, create those inroads to have those conversations.
Yeah, who's your county commissioner? Who's your fucking, attorney? Call them and start talking to them and say, listen, my message is going to get bigger. It's going to get louder. It's going to get more fucking ears upon it. Now, the way that you do that, and this is my opinion, what he just said was that's fundamental. I mean, goals, and think about this, Jack. People overestimate what they can do in a month, but underestimate what they can do in a year or two. So your problem may be sometimes, I'm not saying it's your problem, it's everybody's problem, is we start thinking that, oh, we can get this done, and then we get to that fucking week or two and we go, oh, I haven't done anything, and we give up. But you're actually doing something. Every day you're showing up, and you still mention this day after day after day. Now, if you mention it and somebody's replying to you, you may be good at getting a piece of the puzzle you didn't have. But if you blink, you might miss something. Okay. And oftentimes when we get in our own.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm going to interrupt your complaint to deal with another complaint in the chat. Complaints of money, but buys a coaching class. I just don't get it. Well, Chuck, thanks for jumping to the conviction, the prosecution. Thanks for jumping to the worst conclusion that I don't appreciate. Hey, Scott.
Do you have to?
So no more donations from me. Not if he's going to waste it. Scott, I appreciate the generosity, but you can take your little ego donations and frankly shove them up your ass.
A fucking insecure bitch, man.
Yeah, that is some weak sauce. You don't give a donation and say, I'm not going to do it anymore unless you do this and this kind of bullshit. What a bunch.
I would love to fucking see you face to face.
Not to mention, Jack, you're doing self-improvement, that's noble, man. That's wonderful. You're where you're at. You're trying to invest in yourself. That's great.
Well, thank you. And let me, in fairness, these three gentlemen who had over 2,800 of us there, they're committed to 3 weeks of coaching. They're doing it for free. So kiss my ass, Chuck, for your accusations, and you want to hold some imagined donations above my head for me to obey your expectations. Give me a little credit.
Shame on you,
So
Chuck.
now, Scott, please go back to your suggestions of what I need to change.
Well, I'm not saying change anything. I'm just saying formulate a plan. I mean, people. Go ahead, Dick.
That would actually be really engaging, interesting content too, right? If we got some of those people on here, and for Jack to have those conversations, might switch it up a little bit because you get the same characters revolving here.
Yeah.
So to have some new blood, new conversations.
Sure. Give me a list. Give me lists of names that you want me to call. I'll obey. And rather than, let's not try to help Jack. Let's just give him ideas. Jack, go do this for our entertainment and see if it works. And hey, good luck. Maybe you can change the world, Jack. And maybe if you get in the UN, then our weeks and weeks of insulting you.
I wasn't suggesting you.
This is exactly what I deal with all day, every day. Paulie Unslaved, why don't you go here and do that and do that? What about you, Dick, Scott?
No, I would never suggest that. I would never suggest that.
Did you guys write a fucking speech for Jack?
Honestly, though, I would never suggest that Jack or Paul do anything. I was suggesting Scott do something. I wasn't suggesting you guys do anything or me. The only one who I wanted to do something was Scott. Scott, why don't you fucking do something already? Jeez.
I don't mean to be so reactive or disrespectful.
Damn it.
But how about rather than present the case, Scott, that I'm lacking a plan, that I need to follow your plans and do your way, what is wrong with what I'm suggesting? Like, it's actually a soft contact. Like in sales, anyone's ever worked sales? You've got hard sales and, the soft sales. The soft sales are those ones who have some sort of interest. They're already familiar with their product. This is a soft fucking sell. I'm asking people to reach out to people who I know and say, hey, Have you tried talking to this guy, Jack? Or maybe you have some connections that I don't know about that might be willing to help open up doors that could get us towards speaking to the UN.
Yes, Scott,
Maybe-
you got like all these fucking connections you're constantly fucking bragging about. I've never once seen
Wait.
anyone come forward here.
I do have. Well, fuck, he's moving. He lives over. He lives in Cyprus, and I mean, I do have. Well, he's going to be moving at the end of the month. Jack, the UN. I think what you have to do is we're going to mail you there. We have to mail you there. We're going to get a big refrigerator box. We'll put some snacks. We'll put a small refrigerator in the big refrigerator box. So if they do like a tester with fucking Freon, they'll find it. Jack, I think what you're missing is, yeah, you do need a plan. I mean, the plan has to be written down. You should have an action plan. There's a lot that could be done for you yourself. I'm not going to do it. Nobody's going to do it because you're the one that has the idea. So the people that are following along this train, they're waiting for Jack to
wait.
you in.
Okay. Here,
I'm going to out though, Scott. Why don't you want to do anything?
Because I'm busy.
Right. Here.
But you're on here all day on these streams, and you're on Jack's stream, and you're sitting here twiddling your thumbs.
Looking fat.
What if you took some of that time and partitioned it out to help Jack with his cause?
You're just sitting around looking fat, not doing anything, man. Come on, bro. Help this fucking guy out. You know Talcott's been through a lot of shit.
Gravity's
Why do you think I'm
a
open here now? I'm fucking producing. I'm doing all this for free. That scumbag Moose was like looking for money up front.
I'm presenting my great personality, which you don't have, so you got to do something, Scott. What are you bringing to the table?
Gravity.
Hey, we're all actually. I do agree with Dick, but we can all find steps to improve our own lives, to expand our purpose, and maybe help each other a little more. I've been saying this. Hey, life is. Oh, what you're saying? What I need to do? Thank you. That's where my mind was at. What I need to do. But here's something. I actually don't need to do anything. Exactly. I mean, the idea of ending wars and speaking at the UN, it's just a fucking idea. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do anything. As a matter of fact, when I stop doing, well, then I just get to be. And that's what I do, is I just be. I'm me. And I just think those would be some pretty cool ideas. And I think there's kind of honestly, if we get the right fucking production team together, there's like mini series, there's a documentary here, and especially I had the idea a long time ago of trying to sell my story. I reached out to producers, looked up people, tried finding out how to do that.
I want to sell Dick's weed.
Well, that's a great start, is do it on YouTube. I'm sure that'll go well for you.
Perfect. That's what my thoughts were.
Start a open source cannabis business on YouTube and
United States and Canada.
Yeah. Ship it right to your door with an Amazon drone, militarize, surveil you for your convenience.
But I think we should buy our
get
drones.
The government involved, it'll be great.
I think we should buy our drones from Iran, though, because they have some pretty cool ones I hear. Okay, Jack, we're off track. I'm sorry. We're not going to talk about drones anymore. Relax.
Well, actually, my mind went to the idea of commerce in the future. We don't need these regulations on plants and all this crap of criminality of drugs. When people start working together, technology, maybe we can develop drones to efficiently transport things.
They're doing that now, Jack. That's happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this is the problem, though, is it's currently most of the technology, particularly the AI development, it's being done behind closed doors. That there's not the oversight, and I'm not one for government, but I am one for oversight and order.
pretty much they have a town where they're throwing around drones and delivering shit. I'm not sure where it is, but I read something about it. So they're out in the open testing it. They're doing that with smart cars too. They're
Well,
driverless cars.
brother, this is partly where my feelings of
The supreme holy man, Imam.
I used to have big feelings of urgency about trying to end wars, because hey, I accepted responsibility. I figured if I have the solutions and I'm failing to get those to get the answers to those people who might not know, I was failing. So I no longer feel that way. My faith in the divine has grown, and that's where I'm at now. Is I know how it sounds, and I don't think I'm lying to myself, but well, I've been convincing myself not to worry, not to be freaked out anymore, not to stress, not to be anxious, but to have faith. And I have faith that God will guide either my son, my ex, someone. God will guide someone. Because this can't keep going on forever. Serious, you know that show Punked, Ashton Kutcher, whatever? When I went out the other night and I was walking around downtown, I was like, where is everybody? Where I'm like waiting for the punchline. Ha ha, Jack, we're here. It's just a joke. We're just teasing.
Jack, can I say something?
Yeah.
Jack, that's a slippery slope when you think the whole world's in on one big punking of you. It's like it's downhill after that.
We're in trouble now. I hear you. Fuck, Jack.
He found us out though. Damn it, Jack! You blew the whole fucking lid on the thing.
Where's Ashton? Bring him out. God damn it.
I think it's true.
Jack, it's not true. Okay, Ashton Kutcher's not a part of this. We have to keep you grounded. Okay.
No, it's actually Jordan Peterson that's behind it all, but you'll find out soon.
Tell the truth. It's Tony Robbins. It's release the fucking giant within. Okay, release him. And Jack, for fuck's sake, you can do this. All right, listen, Jack, for real. All right, when are you going to find your next girlfriend, the next love of your life? I mean, you were talking about being bi now, so maybe it could be a boyfriend, but when are you going to find them? When you quit fucking looking for them all over the place, okay? When are you going to find your son and your friends again? When you stop looking for them, okay? Because all you're doing is focusing on them, and that negative energy of all the past is not going to let the future come with a happy ending. It's going to force you into a fucking submissive state where you're going to have to argue about bullshit that doesn't exist anymore. Period. And my only advice to you is if you can't get out of your own way, nobody can help you. You're going to trip. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just telling you, if you want to find these people again, leave them be. Leave them be. They'll come looking for you one day. If they don't, fuck them. Fuck them. Literally, fuck them.
Hey, Scott, no offense, but this sounds like advice from a man who has nothing to offer.
Getting through the hardest shit in life.
It sounds like advice from a man who has nothing to offer.
Peace, brother. That's if that's your belief. You take that to the bank.
Well, the facts are the facts.
Okay.
Do you feel good about Scott giving you relationship advice?
Well,
how you might be able to go about procuring a good woman.
Here, let's consider the relationship advice I just heard. Walk away from my 20-year-old son, from my friends, lifetime friends who were my friends of over 30 years. Walk away from the brothers who I served in the military with. Walk away from my mother. Walk away from my father.
I said
and walk
stop
away.
looking for them, not walk away. Stop looking.
Okay, well, Scott, I don't know what makes you want to paint a narrative that I spend my days yearning and just crying over these people. No. What I'm saying is I've got a lot of fucking value to offer. And anyone who wants a good deed is welcome to try.
Heck yeah. Good stuff.
That's where I'm at.
Well, you're inspired. You know, you started out with that. I didn't hear the whole broadcast, but in the beginning, someone asked you how you were, and you said, I'm inspired. I'm feeling, you know, full of inspiration and positive things.
He
So
always is, though, right? I mean, most times.
that was some high vibing.
Thank you. Thank you. I am trying. Hey, I am trying, and I think it's being seen because I do try and continue the encouragement, the inspiration. I try to practice what I preach. I recognize that my fears are my ego, my anger. It's been shown. I've shared it, you know. But
Hey, I'm sorry. Something popped in my head, if you don't mind.
Please go ahead.
Some advice, and I think it's good advice. It shouldn't be. It's not heavily critical or anything. To achieve what you want, put your head down. Do the work alone for 6 months. Then look up and see what progress. Then you may decide to put your head down again for another 6 months. Then some of these things that you talk about will better be formed, and you'll have a better understanding. Put that fucking work in every day is the way you make these things develop.
Well, I respect your advice, and I actually think that may have been what I did a while ago.
Okay.
Putting in the work, though, this is the thing. Putting in the work. What am I putting in the work to?
Exactly.
And this is
I was
where
trying to ask that earlier. Yes. What work do you have to put in? I'm unsure if you know what that looks like yet.
well, I've pursued a number of different ways. Like I said, I spent, I don't know, hundreds of hours in the certification and education for the coaching and the various programs that I was investing in. And so I tried learning and developing the business stuff, the marketing stuff, the online, the electronic. That was my last. I kept trying to hire people to help me with that. But honestly, well, and I tried getting in front of high schools, tried getting in front of colleges. I tried getting in front of these businesses to come and bring some workplace programs in to sell that stuff. But with the combination and the way the path revealed, my focus started turning to God. And that's where I probably committed 6 months studying, wake till, what can I learn? Different philosophies, different teachings, lectures, documentaries. For a long time now, Joe, my focus
It's been putting in the work. It's just what we were talking about. Putting in the work apparently to you was I want to say this wrongly, but studying my positive things and those other things you said about trying to put myself out in front of these people. I think putting in the work, your true work is going to lie a little bit different. It will lie there. Of course, those are very strong pillars to stand on. But the true work, your daily work, will be somewhere else. I don't know what that is. It'll be something to do with your message. It'll be your YouTube presence. Maybe you'll grow up and have a theme that you talk about. Do something. Come up with some way to get your message across to the people in a more dynamic way. I don't know what that is. Change. Fuck do I know what is going to happen? But whatever it is, working with your channel. I think you got to do something to build your channel day after day after day. You, not anyone else, right? You, however you build your channel day after day after day for 6 months. then look up. Because I don't know, today it looks like you just delivered a message. You wake up in the morning and say what I'm feeling. Yeah, okay, that'll get you a few subs. It's got you a ton, especially for what you do. But a year from now, what will you be doing? What would that adult Jack Talbot look like when he gets up in the morning? What will he be doing with his show? He might be checking the news feeds. He might have already made connections with motherfuckers, and people like to tell him, "Hey, Jack, I've been watching the show. You know what's going on today? What you might want to talk about?" You'll be putting all those things in a fucking effect.
And I gotta say, Jack, that's one of the things I've seen you actually doing, like I always say I'm looking for. And the doing is that you've been consistent with your show.
Yes.
So consistent, so consistent that you show up right on time and everything. And that I respect. So I want to be there in 6 months when you do explode, if that's the way it goes. I want to be there in a year if it takes a year. You know, because I see you doing stuff.
Just continue to do the work, baby.
And I got to give you the same credit that I would give Paul for that. You know, he does 8, 10, 12 hours a day sometimes consistently.
He's putting
and that is one of the things that even Wes Watson professes. That's one of the things that I do in my research is consistent. I'm constantly doing research and learning new things. And so I see that consistency, and that's one of the main priorities in anybody's life is becoming consistent so that other people can see that.
As long as we're big upping Jack, his two biggest assets are his consistency and that message of God. I don't want to, I don't know what form it's going to take, but that message of God shit, you know, to stand on truth, blah, blah, blah. And he's consistent. That's a great fucking foundation. And something will happen, man.
Jack's the whole package, though, because he's controversial. He's steadfast. He doesn't change from the narrative. No matter how much you hate something he's saying, he's going to say it over and over and over and over again. And that's what you need, is to be, you know, rock solid in your presentation. And so he stays at it, axe to the grind, day after day. And I think there's an element there where if the resolve was happening, or he took the orthodox route, meaning he just went and did everything you expect him to, pay off his house, you know, through a different type of measure where he actually kept the equity, or, you know, common sense stuff, like you would, you know, call the person and try to set up the meeting. No, you don't do that. You keep it reciprocating, and eventually it's going to build, and it causes annoyance and aggravation in people to where perhaps some will actually do some things out of it. I don't know. But even if they don't, they're going to continue to watch and see, like, where does this go? It's like a soap opera, you know. You want to know what's the next part of the journey. And even if it doesn't come, you'll come back to see, is it going to come today?
I can't bullshit you. I'm wrapped in. It's just the kid in me thinks that 12 years from now, Jack is going to walk into the UN.
There's a little bit of genius in there.
You know, there you go, producer.
I'm as entertained and captivated.
I do it better than you, Scott, of course. So
absolutely. So come on, let's hear it. Dick is the new producer, self-appointed.
Can you guys shut the fuck up and let Jack answer, please?
I have a very, very high pay schedule that I'd have to present, so I'm not gonna be able to do that today.
I'm actually just as intrigued and curious about where it's going to go, just as much as you guys. Like I said, I keep waking up every day. I'm like, holy shit, how does this happen? I mean, I escape safely for the night. Every night I escape. Fucking come back. But you know what? 6 months from now, I don't know. I never thought I'd spend one friggin' day doing this stuff on YouTube. So I don't know what the hell the future's gonna bring.
Off of YouTube, working on your channel, meaning in any form.
Say that again. Do I spend time off? Yes.
Off of YouTube, working on your channel. What does that look like?
A little bit. It's not. I don't put in a lot of time. I've been meaning. I make notes regarding the topic. I you know, I spend time contemplating and considering what I want to.
Both work. Those are both time. Yeah.
The other thing I did spend. I'm trying to figure out, I really do want to bring like presentations, you know, bring in the nerdy words and stuff like that, the visual aids to make what I'm
6 months
sharing.
from now, that's probably what it will look like when you stick your head up. You will
Well,
have those visual so-and-sos.
hopefully sooner. I'm a man who believes in, if the idea works, let's get it into action. And I believe in working smart, not hard. So I've got ideas on how this is going to happen. And admittedly, where I may recruit support and talent to support.
Yeah, put that shit, you know. I mean, you got to do it simultaneously and all of that shit. But your shit has got to be, I don't know. If that weed man is not there, I cannot fucking, I'm calling the next cat. And if he's not there, who handles the weight? Make it happen, man. Fuck that. We're going to find a way.
Joe, amen. No excuses. If I choose that something needs to be done, I'm going to get it done. And if you know, and even here's what I believe. I do understand leadership. I've not been in great positions, you know, I don't have the track record to brag about or anything, but I understand it. And my lower level experiences have given me enough to know. The biggest part of leadership is learning how to communicate with others, how to bring forward the talents and ensure you've got commitment. You've got everyone on the same page.
That would be some big assets for a leader, right? That would be some quality assets.
That's what Steve Jobs was known for, was, as I understand, he identified himself as like the maestro. He was the conductor of the of the talent.
Yeah.
Jack, why'd you alter my key selection to where now I'm limited in my abilities? Why did you wait? I don't understand. Why did you limit my abilities? I thought we were working in trust here, and something happened since yesterday to now. I can't unblock the Nubs person, and I think it would be good to hear from the Nubs person, at least briefly.
How do I unblock him?
Well, if you just give me everything back the way you said, see, you told me yesterday you're going to give me everything. We signed off, everything went great, and then you altered the keys. Now I'm over here.
I heard things Paul. I heard things last night that made me, you know, I started wondering.
Oh, so you broke the trust because you got in
No.
your ego and fear space.
I
There's
did not
only
break
now.
the trust. I reduced the potential of liability.
Oh no, that ain't right. You went
Change the
to your
conditions of
ego
the trust.
space. You know I'm not ever really going to do anything to your broadcast, Talcott. You know that. If you don't know that by now,
there was
you'll
so much
never
progress,
ever know it,
Jack.
Hey, I don't know how to fix it here. I'll fix it later.
You got to go into settings down bottom. Settings.
I unblocked Nubs already.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, do it later, Jack. Don't do that, okay? I don't need to harm you. I'll play a skid mark video from time to time to test you, and then when you pass with flying colors, we move on, right? It's like
hey,
a little speed.
I'd actually forgotten I did that, so that's pretty funny, man. No getting away with shit with you, huh, Paul?
Well, yeah, I see everything. You know that. That ain't right.
I see that.
That ain't right, man.
But admittedly, that was my thought process. I was like, what are you doing, Jack? What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, see, everything went fine, and then you went to second guessing it after the fact, and I just went out with my day. Like, you think I'm sitting here plotting on you, Jack? I got plenty of other folks. If I'm gonna plot, I got a list of folks, and you ain't on it.
Jack was having flashbacks from that Moose episode.
I did.
So like, fuck that, it can't happen again. I heard what you said.
Welcome, Nubs.
Hello. I've been doing some research, Jack. I've been looking at all the interactions that we've had because I'm looking to find that place where you agreed to the contract. I do believe Joe Cool was up for that, but I could be wrong.
Did you succeed yet? because I was thinking about that today. I believe you'll fail in your efforts.
Well, you
so
can
I'm
believe
curious.
what you want.
Well, so did you succeed? Did you
I
find the
have
clip?
not as of yet.
Okay. Fabulous.
However,
Hey.
I am looking to make sure that you send that money over to Paul. You know, so it's not even for me.
I heard
you agreed to $100.
I heard that before, Nubs. I heard that before.
What clip was he supposed to be signing, Jack?
He claims that we made an agreement. He started well. He's presented the claim that I'm a dishonorable man because I broke some alleged contract with him, where he played a game and kept his mouth shut during one panel.
Oh, so you remember it?
I remember you looking like a clown and sitting there like an idiot most of the time. Yeah,
Okay, so then you do remember it happening. And
I
you remember
you looking like
you
an
remember
idiot, but
being there
the issue
for it. So in other words, you have no honor, you have no track record.
Holy crap. The disagreement we currently have is your false claim of a contract. So until you bring forth a contract, you're a man flapping his gums with no evidence. And frankly, for you to continue to disrespect me without evidence.
The Nubs creature.
Praise God. Hey, and unrelated though, just
Jack,
because of the progress of to wrap up.
Jack, can I say something about contract law? Just so you know, contracts can be deemed valid whether oral, written, or implied.
Sure.
Sure.
But let's bring the definitions into relevance and context. And so even with that broader definition of a contract to include the implied contract, there is still no evidence of a breach of contract. And for this man to continue to go around calling me dishonorable,
I'm on your side.
your offer is irrelevant and unhelpful.
I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
Are you?
Yeah.
Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you have to fucking use it.
And if you lose, you got to send the money to Paulie, right? But if you win, I want him to send the money to me. God damn it, because fuck.
Oh, I don't think he's not committed to any money.
Yeah, he committed to $100. He's got $100 coming out.
I don't care. Hey, what he does or does not do, I don't give a shit. But I care about the false claims that have been made. To incentivize the foolish man, I offered, present it. If I'm wrong, I'll offer $100 and we'll figure out. But
if that's the case, then how do you remember the situation? If it never happened, how do you have
as Jack's counsel? I want you to send us video evidence. Don't just talk shit about what he does or doesn't do. Send me $100 if you're going to do that.
I put him back up. Fucking Talcott hit him out in public at Spark Steakhouse. He fucking threw him out.
I think it's time to wrap up. Nubs, no hard feelings, but you seem to have a hard on for yeah, you're a confused man who seems to be aroused at the wrong ideas.
He's easily aroused.
It seems that way, dude. You see it? The little glee in his eye when he offers disrespect and insults. He's like,
hold on. I'm going to bring him in again. Talcott, if you want, you can throw him out. Go ahead, Nubs creature.
It's the gleam.
No hard feelings. We're all in love.
No hard feelings whatsoever. Just threaten to, cause genocide because you don't like me. No hard feelings. Forgiveness Friday. One of the things that I've learned about the interactions between you and I is you always bitch at how I disrespect you, yet you don't watch the interactions a second time. It's been an interesting run, Jack.
I'm not liking this shit. Just come on. What's your point? Give him $100 and just be gone.
Oh, I'll give Paul. Nothing goes to Jack.
No, it comes to me. I get Jack's 100, and you give
No.
Paul. Yes.
Hey, no, good point. There you go. And he's back to banned for the night. I understand how to unblock.
Oh,
so
shit.
we'll readdress it in the future.
Oh, fuck.
Nose in the
God
chamber.
bless.
Can you hear me?
Hey, you know what? This could go on and on. Thank you. Let's please wrap it up. And
Thanks.
please,
All right,
actually,
listen, I'm going up north. I'm finna chase some cops and give me some tacos. So I'll be up all night. Paul, if you're back on, you might be still on. I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on here, but I'll be available in another hour or so. All right,
pleasure,
easy, guys.
Joe. Thank
Jack,
you.
peace, man. You have a good night, man. Fun. Take
Scott,
care.
before you
Yeah.
go, and actually, I wanted to make sure Joe heard as well. Thank you. Okay. Even though my words may come across at times as dismissive and lack of gratitude, lack of appreciation, thank you. Okay. I do see what you're bringing and what you're offering. I appreciate it. Have a good night, man.
All right, brother. Take care. Take care, all.
God bless.
Jack, my final words, I'm going to hope that you will check out a video that I did on my site on YouTube called Turning Guns into Doorknobs, Men with No Countries. And it's about the concept of going to the UN. Like I said, this man walked into the UN, Gary Davis, and that video explains how there's many people in history that did the same type of thing. And like I said earlier, Jesus would be one of them. It's about throwing off the government, regardless of whether they want to keep secrets or not. Remember, they asked him if you were the savior, and he said, if that's what you say.
Amen.
So it's not what I say, Jack.
Brother, thank you. I'm going to follow your advice. I will try and check that out soon. I feel like we are turning some corners, brother. I think, and I appreciate the effort I've seen from you, and I think we're going to find a beautiful future. Dick, thank you, brother. All right, I'm going to throw you a wizard unless you got anything. All right, peace. God
All right,
bless.
Chalcott, I'm out of here. Another one of the books. It was a pleasure to co-create here tonight. Keep these folks out of their imagination unless we have to go back in and envision a way out of slavery. All right, salute to you. Much love to you. Blessings, and I'm out of here. And don't be afraid, Talcott. Restore the keys. You have nothing to worry about. Hashtag trust me.
Hello?
Much love.
Hello. Wow.
Hello, hello.
I am there.
Hey, Aaron. How are you, sir?
What's good?
Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me.
What's good? Specifically, what's good?
Specifically? Nothing specific, man. I don't have anything specific. I'm ready to wrap up. You're late.
I
You've
know.
been all day.
All right. See ya. Love it. Thanks.
Thank you, Aaron. We appreciate you. All right, Mr. Wizard. Give me your final words, and then I'm out of here. I'm fucking tired of staring at the screen.
Hold on and let me pull over.
Oh.
Okay. Don't mind that guy in the car. That's a gangle-dopper or whatever, doppelganger or whatever that is. Well, certainly an interesting night. I did a video earlier about the judicial system, and I mentioned Jack in there because he mentioned the title. I saw the title of his thing is about thinking for yourself. And that was the main premise of this video I did about the judicial system is you have to make your own judicial determination. Like we were talking about earlier, the valor as opposed to courage. You have to learn how to place your own value on your own deeds, the things that you do. And you have to make sure that value is that of a godly value so that it's profitable unto men. so that you can maintain that good faith that it coincides with. So again, faith without works is dead. Hopefully, like I said with Jack, I see a consistency with him showing up for his own show each and every day. Maybe this is a new beginning for him and a new platform to do such. He'll be able to do better than his previous 2 sites that he abandoned. So that's the only thing I'm waiting for right now. Like I said, I've been waiting for Jack to commit to some actions, and the actions that I see are comparable to Paul. He's least consistent, showing up and speaking his mind. And with that, remember, folks, I love you. That's just a piece of my mind. The other piece, of course, you already know as well. I don't give a fuck whether you love me back or not. That's on you. Have a good night.
Thank you, sir. All right, another one in the books. We will be back again because we're 7 days a week. It's like UPS. What can Brown do for you? Am I right? No, I'm not talking a migrant crisis down at the border. Joe Biden's border crisis, okay? Yeah, it's all his. No, we're like the UPS truck. What can Brown do for you 7 days a week? Rain, sleet, hail, snow, the whole deal. Slavery, genocide, we're here. We don't take any days off. Not at this time. Okay, what I plan on doing is a year straight, 7 days a week. Your favorite broadcaster doesn't do that, but I do that. Okay, and that's why I am your favorite broadcaster, most likely, even if you want to hate me. All right, so at least a year straight, 7 days a week, with no days off. I might continue after that. I'm on what now already? 7 months? 6, 7 months. So I only got another 6, 7 months to go. That ain't shit. All right, get some rest, folks. We'll be back tomorrow at some point. I will stagger it from time to time, do a couple hours, and be out for the day, when I maybe need to take a day to myself here and there. But I'll at least be on for a couple hours, as you know. All right. I'm out. Nothing more to say. Who's down there? Kelly Knuckles, cult member number 3, Buckeye Jim, cult member 99, number 45, the Mug, D.H. Jones, all the rest of you folks. Good night. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Much love.